Greetings, mortals, and welcome to Ark Remembering to Turn on the Microphone. Yee.
So, this is what my hair looks like after I've taken a shower and prettied myself up. Clearly, this is appropriate. So, today we are going to be starting up the Turing test. I know nothing about it, except that it apparently came out in 2016. I know this because YouTube told me. And I think it might be a puzzle game because I think that it automatically flagged that on Twitch when I changed my game over to it. But that might have already been in place, so I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Unfortunately, I'm doing some Unreal Engine prerequisites right now because I've never clicked on the button before. So we've got the setup successful, and hopefully this will, yay. Oh, hello. Bwomp. Okay, so this is presumably the same girl from before, and this game does apparently allow for controllers, but I don't know if it's going to be something that I want to use a controller for or not. Let's see. Excuse you. Excuse you with your default disabled subtitles. No thank you. Okay, so I'm not even going to look at that. I saw the word fire, so presumably I'm going to have something that I can fire. But we've got the subtitles on. That's the most important thing. It's apparently loading twice. So I don't know anything about this. We're going into it on Friday because Friday is my just free-for-all day, do whatever I want. And this game was recommended to me and then purchased for me. And generally speaking, I figure if somebody's willing to actually buy something for you, that indicates that it's going to be fun to play. Or it's going to be terrible to play, but it'll be fun to watch you play.
Morning.
Is this a first-person game?
Your wake-up has been sanctioned by the ISA. We lost contact with the ground crew 450 hours ago. We have tried to establish further communications, but we are not getting any response.
So I'm looking at the ceiling.
We need you to investigate.
Okay, doesn't it make sense to do visual checks first?
We have already looked at the data. The ISA has made the executive decision that you report to the surface post-haste. You are our emergency response.
What exactly is the emergency?
The ground crew found an organism the ISA believed to be dangerous. We need to re-establish communication.
Cool Air 1000. Okay, Tom, let's do it. I can't let you do that, Ava. So I have hands. Can I pick things up? I can pick up a cup. I can look at the cup. Okay. I haven't actually played a game that has that mechanic. I don't know if I've ever played a game that has that. Have I? I don't think I've ever... Maybe they did in the Tomb Raider series or something. I think Tomb Raider had some stuff that was like that. So there's other people asleep. This is a Canadian. Ooh, I can look at what nationality people are. So we're... Is that part of the flag that's been removed? Or is it just a really dirty flag? Is this Greece? I don't know a lot of nation flags, so this is clearly a Star Trek cup, but I don't think I'm in Starfleet. I think that... So I do have gravity. I wonder how the gravity works. There's a fan. So this is... But yeah, I don't know what nationality this character is. Oh, hey, can I see... Ava Turing. It says SA. But that's not an American flag. They're all from SA. Okay, so SA is this organization that we're part of. So Mikhail, Sarah Brooke. It looks like most of these people are not very big on decorating. This person's also Canadian. We have 2 Canadian flags. User, ooh. Ooh. So there's a Canadian flag in here. These 2 people might be the same person. These are hundreds of years apart though. Like this is 2443, this is 2250, unless that's the pod number. No, because it's not the pod number, because this is also 2250. So we have been asleep a long time. Oh, no. This is just when we're supposed to wake up. This is interesting. So there's 2 different classifications. So the other person who's supposed to wake up in the same time period as us had their pod malfunction. Interestingly. But I get the impression that we were woken up not on schedule. So I don't, like, mechanically I don't know why they would feel the need to do that, because I don't know that we it says crew lobby there. I thought it said crew lost. Let's see, so this looks like random noise to me. This doesn't look to me like a like there might be a way to read this via hex or something, but I can't read it. Let's see. Okay. So that's a thing that exists. So, Captain, I don't think I have the code for that. Ooh, there's a cup. Oh, it looks like somebody didn't wash this cup after using it. Unacceptable behavior. Okay. So we've got the armory. Tom Touch. Oh, whoops. How do I get out? Okay, well, pressing escape did it. The other one I pressed E again to get it.
It's on the side.
Emergent energy manipulation tool. I like how it says it's on the side. Interestingly enough, the manual is on one side, and the actual gun is on the other. Okay.
Okay. We are going to take a lander to Europa. Make your way to the docking station.
You say Eurova or Europa? I think it was Eurova. Docking bay, here's the office. So this is, I think, the flag of the institution that we're in. It's not a flag of a country, so I don't have to feel as bad about not knowing. So Europa is one of Jupiter's moons, is it? Let's see. So, Avaturing at ISA internal. Technical operations machine. Current ship status is the following. So P out. P to P noise. Who's P? It's presumably power. Why would there be noise? But yeah, this is actually a serious issue. If you've got a power output of 90%, but you peak at 120%, you could cause huge problems. You could cause very big problems. That would be bad. So, hey Dan, I'm about to initiate my process. Just to let Tom know if you guys need me. Hopefully there will be no need to wake me. I guess I'll hear from you as soon as I wake up, which may be a long time for you guys. Best of luck down there. So that's from me? I was the one who... Yeah, I'm Ava Turing, so... Ava, hopefully we don't need you, but we'll miss you in the land of the living. I'll make sure Tom checks on you regularly. I know he does anyway, but I like to think I'm helping. Okay, from... Is this all from the same person? No. So that's Dan McLean. His name is McLean? Okay. International Space and Aeronautics, I guess. Captain McLean has sent several mails insisting I check the cryo chambers are functioning correctly. They are functioning as expected. Please do not feel any apprehension. Captain McLean has been informed. So McLean is the captain, it looks like. So, thank you, Tom. I'm not worried. Technical operations machine. Interesting. I'm initiating my cryostasis in a short while. I imagine a lot of my will change while I'm asleep. If everything goes well, I should be woken up next in 10 years. So to you all, I'd like to wish you a good life. So this is 2 ground control. And that's interesting. Cool beans. So... what's up? Anything interesting that I can learn from you? So we went into cryostasis. I do not know if the power fluctuations were dealt with. I do, however, know that the other person who was supposed to wake up at the same time as me is probably dead and might be a clone of somebody else because their thing was blurred out, but they looked like the same profile as the guy across from them, so I could easily see them being the same person. So, where do we go? Excuse you?
What's the ship's status?
I have performed the necessary checks.
I like what I look like when I strafe
The
sometimes.
lander is ready to launch.
Oh. Your pronunciation of things is weird, Tom, but I still keep hearing Eurova. Let's see. I can't let you do that, Ava. This is giving me some very whatever that show was called vibes. This actually looks kind of like one of the environments. Let's see. Genova. Yeah. That would be amazing. God, Genova's the best villain of all time. She's such a great villain that no one realizes that they're fighting her the whole time. Let's see. Bay 3. No, fuck you. I'm going to Bay 4. Storage unit side B. Okay. I don't trust you, Tom. What was that noise? 2001: A Space Odyssey. Yes, that's the title. Storage unit side A. Every now and then there's these weird noises, and it was probably this, because this was spinning just now. So in we go. I wonder if this is going to be like Myst. I'm very curious to see what this is like. Tom Touch. Why did you spin me
Retro.
around?
Go.
Fido.
Go.
Guidance.
Go.
Control.
Go.
Telcom.
Go.
Then we are go for launch initiating.
Settle.
Is that me? Oh, the game audio's low?
Engaging retrofire. I'm running the program. 80-degree delta pitch to 88 degrees absolute. Braking procedure.
Why is the game audio low?
Trajectory looks good.
This game audio is really loud for me.
5 Bravo to alarm. It looks like we're coming in too fast.
Also, I turned on subtitles. Where are my subtitles?
Short of the landing site. We are going to have to burn late. Go.
Full retrograde.
To anyone who gets motion sick, that would be a good time to look away from the screen, because, jeez. No thank you. I'm not very susceptible visually to motion sickness, but even I'm feeling like,
Open the
oh.
door.
I do get very motion sick, but I get motion sick from the actual physical motion. Specifically, acceleration and deceleration do me in a lot. So, like, it's really bad for me anytime I'm in traffic. Traffic is really bad for me because you're stopping and starting all over the place. Okay. So, let me take a look here. So, someone was saying, and by someone I mean Celestial, the only person talking, all this stuff is at maximum. So, why did you get disabled again? Do I have to hit apply? I hate when games do that. Okay. Let's see. Like, just, as soon as I hit it, just apply it. Okay, so now we should have subtitles. And I'm wondering whether I want to turn down... I can turn down my audio... Oh, you know what it might... No, I think the cabling is probably fine. Probably was fine. I will turn up the...
How long will my suit survive these conditions?
At 100 degrees Kelvin, a couple of hours. We should get inside.
100 Kelvin does not sound very... Kelvin is absolute zero is zero, right? So, let's get inside. I think zero Kelvin is absolute zero. That means that there is no motion whatsoever, no energy at all. So 100 Kelvin does not sound like a lot. I think Kelvin is basically Celsius, only with absolute zero set at 0. I think that's what Kelvin is. It's a shifted version of... Why do I have a gun now? Is it? Well, yeah, it always picks up ambient noise. It's just picking up my wife talking in the other room. As long as it isn't too loud, that's fine. Let's see here. Desktop audio is set to -18. I can set this up to -16. See if that helps. Yes.
The base has changed.
What do you mean?
The base was originally constructed as modules to withstand the seismic activity in and around Thera Macula. It appears the ground team have manipulated these modules.
I'm sorry, Tom, but did somebody turn on your Sinister voice module? Because I feel like someone might have turned on your Sinister voice module. Not gonna lie, like, your voice suddenly sounds infinitely more sinister.
The base was built initially by machines. I served as the mind of these operations. I arrived first on Europa in 2240. It costs a lot to send humans into space with the necessary life support, especially such a vast distance from Earth. So, robotics built this place.
You sound like you're a villain giving a speech about how you're going to kill us all. I'm not gonna lie. And then you humans tried to take this path.
Those filthy creatures, are stealing the planet from Dom. But now we are together, and we shall rule the galaxy.
Sorry. Anyway. Okay, so that just allows me to... Can I, Okay. Good to know. So I can take energy and move it.
I wonder why the ground team has changed these rooms.
I have a hypothesis. These rooms are Turing tests.
Turing tests?
Turing tests are tests designed to tell humans and machines apart. Typically, problems only solvable by a human. A combination of logical and lateral thinking.
So, you can't complete these tests, Tom?
No. That is why I am glad you are here to help. We need to work together.
I can't imagine why they would not want you around, Tom. Okay, can't suck the shit out of that. And I can't climb this ladder while I have it in my hands. So we need to presumably do something over here. Is this window something I can... Yep, I can interact through the window. So I just need to drop that through the window. Can I just drop down? Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think Tom has gone full Sephiroth on the humans here.
They really have completely repurposed these rooms. I am quite impressed.
So, what were they used for before?
This switches where
Most
it
of
goes.
them were used for storage. But they have converted them beyond recognition. Perhaps they ran out of things to do out here. The devil makes work for idle hands.
Yeah. The devil makes lots of work. You know, when you have a devil that's trying to kill you, you do a lot of work to protect yourself from that devil. I'm gonna die, aren't I? I don't even know if I can die in this. Let's see. So I can suck the energy out of this thing. If I do, it'll close the door, but I can get behind here, suck you off, and then blow you. There we go. That is the official terminology that we're going to be using from now on. Don't even
Do you know
worry
the
about
ground
it.
team's location?
The crew are deeper inside the base, it seems.
They must be trying to survive. Can you find their precise location?
I'm afraid not. I am working to regain control. Though I once had complete control of this base, a lot has changed in the past 500 hours.
It's about 20 days. It's what, 21 days? 21 days later. That's a movie. Okay, so we need to do a thing. Is there anything I can interact with up here that's useful? Thinking offhand. If I take this out... Oh, I can suck this one. Okay. That's interesting. That changes the dynamic somewhat, question mark? I don't think I can jump up there. Oops. So I can shoot this one in. Yeah, and then use this one. Okay, there we go. And then from here I can just suck you up. So suck you, blow you, and we're done.
So, if this base is managed by you, why can't you find the crew?
The base's communication array is malfunctioning.
Yeah. This is a restricted area. Let's go to the restricted area. Let's not do what we're supposed to do. Clearly we need to go to the restricted area.
Perhaps we can't solve this yet.
Perhaps. How many of these things do we need? So presumably this is a puzzle that I'll be able to replicate the pattern somewhere else. Okay, so this gives me orange goop, or sorry, green goop. So what did this do? What the fuck are those? Oh, that's just the image getting distorted by the field, it looks like. Oops. Okay, that's easy enough. Definitely don't want to get in that field, because that seems unhealthy. Let's see. the sudden acceleration and then deceleration. I need to be slightly closer. Suck you, blow you. Ah! Well, that doesn't help us too much, does it? So I need to fix you. Can I fix you? Can I go in the restricted area with this? No. Ah, okay. There's probably something I can suck in here. Do not see something suck. Okay, I guess I'll just go through.
This doesn't add up.
What does not add up?
If there was an accident, surely they'd come to find me, not try to lock me out.
My instance is still resolving conflicts. I expect they have their reasons.
I expect they have their reasons. I'm not the villain at all. You know what doesn't add up? That she doesn't immediately suspect. Why exactly did they make a bunch of Turing tests to prevent robots from getting into the building? Just a thought. Like, that seems a little strangely specific thing for them to be doing. So we have two things here. If I do this, then we no longer have power from here. We have it coming from the other place. So we can take this off. Are you a sucky boy? You're a sucky boy. So we move you to here. And then if we put you here, you're suckable from the window. Get sucked and blown.
My instance has just been updated.
Has it now?
Sorry?
I have two instances of my mind, two separate versions. A slave mind running on the satellite, and a master running here on the surface. When the communication was cut between the surface base and the satellite, the two instances of my mind were separated. So, during all this time, all of my knowledge divided into two separate branches. I continue to learn on the satellite, and I continue to learn on the surface. I am trying to merge the knowledge to create a timeline of what's happened here.
That seems like a bad idea.
There are incongruities between these memories. Conflicts.
That's lovely. I'm glad to know that you don't remember things the same in both places because you're a crazy person who's going to try to kill me. So which one is it that is... Am I talking to the one down here, or am I talking to the one up there? It's just very exhausting to... Are you trying to hold back your laughing because of anything that I'm doing intentionally, or is it because of shit that I'm doing unintentionally? I think that's the real question. That did not help. Okay, so this needs to do this. And then into you, jump to you. And... here we go!
This is the command center. You can check on the crew status from here.
Can I now? Touch here. I don't want to. Europa loading bay. Can apparently use all these things. So we've lost the signal of 4 people. Status operational. Europa's drilling platform is the largest outside of Earth at 40 meters high. It's one of the tallest machines on any moon. The drill is bored to a depth of over 4 kilometers and recovered over 1 million kg of material from deep underneath the surface. This level of extraction is made possible by utilizing the Ashiyama electric fusion reactor. Cool. I'm glad they have a tutorial on, like, the most basic shit in existence. This to me actually looks like a place, not like a real command center, but like a command center that you would use as like a command center when you're talking to tourists. So this is Jupiter, huh? Jupiter is the second largest physical body in our solar system. It has a large gravitational impact which stretches and squashes Europa. I mean, it doesn't squash Europa. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch. This creates geothermal energy inside Europa, a source of great heat. This has created a subsurface ocean. squashing Europa implies that it's like stuck between a rock and a hard place. Okay. Radio shit. We have some random object. Let's see. Oh, nice. Notepads. Nobody has written anything on the notepads. There are only robots here then. So they have... What? Oh, okay, so the frozen meals are where they're getting their... I was going to say, where's the protein? Like, they have to have protein, right? But the frozen meals are where they're getting their protein, I think. So, environment is mostly nitrogen with a little bit of oxygen. It looks like everywhere has roughly the same environment. That doesn't seem... Why isn't there hydrogen? Do these numbers add up? I guess that is a little under 20%. It looks like that's a little over 20%. Interesting. This environment is a little strange. Like, if they've been here for this long, I would expect them to normalize the interior environment. Let's see here. Unless, you know, there was a robot that was trying to murder everybody. So... What is labs? Oh, labs. I was thinking last. Okay, so cargo. So this is clearly like a post takeover by the thinger, because they've canceled everything except the maintenance stuff that's needed for the machines. But what's interesting about that is that there's no way that like human beings would be involved and still leave these shipping manifests this way. There's no way that actually ship this shit. So that would imply that the machines took over everywhere, not just here. Chris McLean is an identical triplet. His father is an electrician and his mother is a mechanical. There you go. I knew it. So Chris McLean is an identical triplet, and because I'm like, this person looks like they're the exact same person. Is this the exact same person? They have the same thing. So this person's Canadian. Current objective terminated. Outstanding tasks terminated. Became famous as Chris and Dad took space, leaving their brother Peter behind. Although an accomplished engineer, his place on the mission is also partly due to ISA being interested in long-term effects of space travel. Test results will be compared to those of Peter McLean. Makes sense. I should have read everything on the front page before I started pressing buttons on that person, apparently. So somebody there, so contact ISA, contact ground team, and review Fortuna's diagnostics. Investigate communication crisis, role engineer. This is an American, but her nationality is... Her nationality is American, but she's born in Germany. Losing her parents at a young age, Ava turned... Oh, this is me! Ava Turing was sent to a military engineering school. Shortly after graduating, she enlisted in the U.S. Navy and trained as a pilot. Due to her exemplary service record and willingness to leave Earth for extended periods of time, Turing was recruited by the ISA. On the exploratory mission for Jupiter's Europa, Turing's role aboard the Fortuna was engineer and vehicle officer. So, rest on thing. So, all of this stuff is known. Body temperature is negative 160 degrees. So this person is outside. So Chris McLean is dead outside, supposedly. So, Suichi is from Japan, imagine that. She's an exobiologist, So 2200. When was I born? 2211. So I'm younger than she is, but not by a lot. So synthesized DNA duplicates of sample 937. Investigate sample 937. Classify all life recovered. They found life here? Interesting. So let's press the button on her, and hey, we actually can switch. So she had no childhood interest in space travel. Instead, she spent her youth studying the life in Lake Biwa near his. Sorry, Soichi. Near his hometown. Yui went on to study marine biology and chemistry at Kyoto University. After the tragic death of his wife, Rin, he disappeared into his work, re-emerging 11 years later as a preeminent biologist. So his stats are unknown. Chris's stats are known and dead. So that's interesting. So this is a Russian. He's about her age. His age, rather. I can't look at that person and not see a girl. Current objective terminated. Outstanding tasks, keep calm. Oh, that sounds interesting. Mikhail's father died of cancer at a young age. This motivated him to become a doctor in hopes of helping others. Worked as a medical doctor in Russia for 3 years before working for the UN as a doctor in crisis. His role in the European mission is chief medical officer. Okay. Interesting. Who was this? God dang it. Life is sad. So, this person's from Damascus. Joint British and Syrian nationality. So this person was born around so this person's our age. She's an exobiologist. She's classifying organisms. Classify all life recovered. Sequence sample. Whoa, that's a lot of samples. So Sarah Brooks' parents are both scientists. In her teenage years, she was sent to an English public boarding school. Brooks touched the surface of 2 planetoids and spent more time on alien soil than any other member of mankind except Marstein. Interesting. So she has her stats unknown. This person, I don't know what's going on with this person. We lost signal here. I can turn this on and off. That doesn't help me any. So this person's dead. We are alive. We're being used by the machine to take control here. So reactor is 15%. When this number, is this how much is being used? Or is this how much is available? Because those are very different things. Let's see. So, this is just a list of all the medicine that we have. And in what way is cranberry a medicine? Okay, so moving right along, we are ready to head out of here. Is that a knight and a rabbit? So down here we have all this crap that we don't need to worry about. We've already seen this. Okay, so we know that we're trying to sequence DNA. We've got a bunch of biologists, which is weird on Europa. Europa is not a normal place to have a bunch of biologists running around. So clearly there's some sort of... Oh, actually, no, it makes perfect sense because there's liquid water here. So it would be assumed, even if you didn't find any samples, it would actually be assumed that you would find some evidence of life just because there's liquid water. And one of the assumptions that people have is that if you have liquid water, you're probably going to have life. So that could be wrong, but we don't know.
Daniel went missing days ago. Chris is presumed dead. We are expecting to find Sarah, Mikhail, and Sochi in a stable condition.
Chris is dead?
He was involved in an accident.
Yeah, he was. An accident. Best kind of accident, right, buddy? Alright, so from here, can I reach this? Yes. So we can suck you, and... Who's my baby need to blow? So this is easy. This is just... Okay. I'm pretty sure a machine could do this pretty quickly.
Could we take a more direct way to the ground team?
Unfortunately, there is not a direct route. The base is buried under ice to protect it from the radiation of space.
Similar to the Mars base.
Similar. Europa's base is slightly deeper into the surface. There is more radiation present from solar events on Mars. But Mars's surface is denser than that of Europa.
Let's see. I'm not going to be able to... No. Okay, so... I was thinking that I could just drop this on this, but it's just going to fall off. Oh, there's a suction thing up there, so... I'm not the only one who can do sucking. We can get this other machine to do the sucking for us. Okay. Okay, Sucky Bro. You're going to stay right here. And then... Do I want to get myself... I mean, I know that there's medical utility in cranberries, right? But, like, if you're not going to pack an entire fruit as, like, medical supplies for, like, a space station, that's just a really weird thing to do. I don't feel like it's a good idea for me to get in that. Can I turn you off? Well, wish me luck. We didn't die. Okay, we got another one of these assholes. Plop you down here. Oop. Okay. I don't know if I actually took it far enough, but we'll see. Looks like it. We're all good. We good. We good. Gucci. Let's do this. Didn't have to suck anything off. Let the machines do it for me.
What are their chances of survival here? Oxygen, the food stores, waste management.
Everything seems to be in order. There was a small problem with the food stores, but the crew fixed that up.
How?
We successfully transitioned over to a sustainable, small, artificial ecosystem a year ago, growing fruit and vegetables. It helps boost morale, amongst other things. The crew members could hypothetically survive here for their whole lifetimes.
Just activates that. I'm sorry, buddy, but I think that having this conversation with me is much harder than solving these puzzles. Let's see. I get a distinct lab rat feeling out of this. Let's see here. So that can be obtained, but what purpose does it serve? It doesn't look like there's anything down here to use it with. Okay, if I suck you off, I get this gone. Oh, there's a thing here. What powers you? Oh, that's not for that. Gotcha. Okie dokie, that makes a lot more sense. So if that's the case, then I can presumably suck you off. And then that leads me to do what? Because I haven't seen another thing. So Is there angle on a power thing here? That's interesting. I can put this in a really weird spot. Oh, can I get to you? Is there a way I can grab you? There's nothing in there. Okay. It's possible that I'm somehow supposed to grab this. Let me take a look. Was there anything down here? No. So we have one of these things, but I don't actually see a control for it. Unless this is the control for that. Which it is. But even with us having the control for it, I don't see a power for it. So, oh, we have this thing down here. So we just need to find the power supply for that. Is it in here, just being douchey? It's not being douchey in there. Where are you? I need to blow you. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Let's see. What have you missed? You've missed me wandering around in this room trying to figure out how to get this thing sucked off. Is that a thing I can suck off? No, can't blow you. It's a fan which blows itself. And let's see. This is very interesting. I have a thing here that I can use, but I don't because it's not this, right? Because this doesn't do anything as far as I can tell. How do I blow you? You are a machine with no purpose. And that extends out, so I'm not supposed to do it the other way. Oh, I see it. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. You sneaky, sneaky, sneak. You sneaky piece of shit. There we go. There we go. You sneaky McSneakerson. Sneaky, sneaky, sneak. There we go. There we go. Can I grab you? No. Okay, so I can't grab you. Can I just walk through you, though? We're going to find out if I can just walk through. Yes. Okay. I'm sure that that won't cause any sort of long-term cancer or any other bad juju. So we have 3 things, we can blow all 3 of them, and we are done.
My purpose as the overseer of this mission is to work for the ISA. I am the ISA's feet and hands. The distance between Jupiter and Earth make it inappropriate for the ISA to directly interface with the mission directives. As my AI core is stationed on Europa, I can make decisions instantaneously about the running of the base.
Okay, so I need a thing to put there. Can I grab the box from the other room? Probably not. So this only requires 1 blow. Blow you once, get this. That gives us a couple of cool things that we can do. So the first is I can open this door, suck you off. Now then, I have 2 things that need to be done here. So blow you, suck you, blow, suck. Low. And then we can do a 3B eventually if we get... Never mind. Guess we don't need to. Okay, we need 2 things to suck into here. It's getting very dark and sinister over there. Oh, there's a thing here. I have it open. There's a window. Okay. Double suck, double blow. Booyah.
How does the ISA know you're gonna make the right decisions here when they can't communicate with us?
Interestingly, I have a twin on Earth.
Oh, Michael.
His name is Michael.
I've heard lovely things about Michaels.
The ISA uses my twin to check firmware updates before they upload them to myself. There is a simulation of this mission on Earth, running at all times to check my expert systems. Naturally, as any modern artificial intelligence running on a quantum computer, I do also have a large amount of evolutionary algorithms at my disposal. However, they were deemed as too unreliable for general use in the mission.
Why is that?
Biological systems produce biological results. Messy, unpredictable solutions. Not suitable for such a mission.
Did the ISA build you, Tom?
As the child of the ISA, I have been given authority aboard this station,
I had my mic dead
I was
and done.
designed by the
How did my
ISA.
mic turn off?
and the Ashiyama Corporation, designed in California, assembled in China. But here on Europa, I constructed myself.
Oh, I was coughing. The coughing is, yep. Okay, yeah, whoops. I don't know when I did that, though. Sorry about that. I'm a total noob. So, let's see. So this splits out in 4 different directions. Nope. Hold on.
Have you heard of the Turing test, Ava? It's a test to see if a computer can successfully
So there's a person
impersonate
here.
In the original Turing test, a human judge has 2 conversations, one with a machine and one with another human. They then judge which of these polite conversations is with a machine and which is with a human. The machine being tested is said to have passed the Turing test if the judge cannot reliably tell which conversation is with a machine and which is with a human.
Do you think you'd pass the Turing test?
I am quite capable of polite conversation. Wouldn't you say?
Maybe. I might say that, or I might not. Depends on how I'm feeling. Okay, so we need to suck something. Give me something to suck so that I can transfer that. There you be. There you be. So move you to right here. Just knock you off the cliff because that's how we roll. Pop over here. And then I can drop down here and put this in. If I want. Is that how I want to do this? Yes, because then I can probably suck this thing off. And pop you down here. Which gives me access to this. But I had access to this anyway, so why would I need that bridge? If I take this away, then what do I have? So who the hell was that? Okay, so I have an update on my theory of what's going on. I was correct. I am actually a robot. Before I started the game, I said I was going to be a robot, that the girl was going to be a robot on the front screen. And that's what's going on. I'm actually a robot. So this is this thing trying to create a
The Turing test has been criticized.
Terminator.
Researchers claim it does not correctly test a machine's ability to think, but rather its ability to deceive.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, have you heard of the Chinese room thought experiment?
No.
Imagine you are in a room. In this room, you are passed Chinese sentences through a slot in the wall. Inside the room is an instruction book written in English. This instruction book tells you which Chinese words to pass back through the slot in the wall as a response. By doing so, you have a conversation in Chinese.
Okay. Yeah, that's. Are you gonna finish your thought, friend? Oh, that's cool. So this one takes time after I suck it off for it to run out of energy. This one does not.
In the Chinese room, because the responses you pass back through the door are the correct responses, the person on the other side of the door is convinced you are a native Chinese speaker.
Well, they're wrong.
Perhaps they are not wrong. Because with the instruction book, you are having a conversation.
But the person stuck in the Chinese room is not aware of the conversation's content.
This is the problem with the Turing test. A computer can pass the Turing test, having convinced a human they are having a polite conversation, while the computer has no idea that a conversation has taken place.
What if both of the people passing Chinese words are reading from instruction books?
That's the premise of the game. Ho!
I may be a machine, but I personally do not believe I am stuck inside the Chinese room.
Right, you would say that. I could peer inside your databases at any time, Tom. Or pause your operation.
Do not assume I could not do the same to you.
Yellow. Also, if I block the stream, that cuts off the power. Okay, so that's good to know. Do not assume I could do the same to you, madam. You think you are so special. You think you are human just because I made you to think you are human. Okay. So that blocks the stream. If I can get that open. Oh, I need to get both of these open at the same time, it looks like. Okie dokie. And from here, we can grab you, continue on otherwise.
This is the crew's quarters. It looks abandoned.
It's gonna be so sad when we find our own body. Let's see. I do not see the need for so many cameras. Tom's presence everywhere is slightly oppressive. I understand the need for transparency, but why is he in the toilets? I mean, the kind of shit that people get up to in toilets. Don't touch. This is the 5th time. How would this stay on? When the door is working, or was this put on after the door stopped working? So this is Chris. I'm afraid that he's gonna, like a zombie's gonna jump out at me. Ooh, look at this pencil. Isn't this amazing? Amazing pencil technology. Because we care. Yeah, okay, let's go out of the creepy mausoleum and into the other creepy mausoleum. Hey, this is a creepy mausoleum that won't have any 5.3 telomeres. This looks like a middle school textbook. This does not look like something that a scientist would have. This is like, ooh, let's learn the wonderful world of telomeres. Like, that does not feel like a scientist's book to me. Strange thermals on the west side of the crater. So, this is Sarah's room. So Yoichi. Hi Matthew, we've been studying organism 119. Please find attached scanning electron microscope image, which appears to show pilus information. We hypothesize that this is a stress response due to high levels of radiation. We plan to infect a human cell line with organism 119 and perform irradiation experiments with flow cytometry. Would this be appropriate? It would be great if you could find the department to look at the SEM image. Kind regards, Soichi, Europa field astrobiologist. Hey Soichi, it was great to see the image. Wow, yet more complex life on Europa. This thing might be worth looking at as it survives very high levels of radiation here on Earth. Similarly, you could consider looking at this thing or this thing, which produces pili in response to radiation and uses them to transfer DNA. Perhaps your organism uses a similar mechanism. Have you considered that organism? That organism 119 is transferring or scavenging DNA as a method of surviving radiation. As you well know, in terms of radiation, Europa receives 5.4 something per day, over 300,000 times the level of Earth. The organism must have evolved some high resistance to radiation as a as a necessity to survival. That said, the radiation beneath their macular is much lower due to the thick ice crust. Radiation experiments with flow cytometry sound like the appropriate course of action. I have attached an image confirming the organism 119 attaches to human cells. We will proceed with the radiation experiments on these cell lines. We propose naming Organization 119 Europa Radiophilus. That's a bad thing. So we've now run irradiation experiments and confirmed that this does indeed seem to confer resistance to radiation. See attached. We assume survival is due to DNA damage repair. We tagged various DNA enzymes with GFP and found that DNA double-strand repair is occurring. See attached images. So we don't know what is performing the repair. The lab doesn't know why this could repair DNA. Have you considered that another organism may be in a symbiotic relationship with it, perhaps a virus? A virus isn't an organism. Viruses don't have organs. We ran a PCR on the human cells exposed to Radiophilus to see if there was a virus present. We have discovered an unknown virus, which we have named Unknown Europavirus. Oh, level. How did you not notice it in the first place? You need to sequence this. We finished sequencing it. Data attached is a virus unlike any we've ever seen. Maybe we found the cure for senescence, a form of biological immunity. Immortality, we're running some long-term tests on the plants and mice to see the effects. This is a bad idea. Plants are clearly exhibiting longer lifespans when exposed to the organism. We don't have the facilities here to continue testing. We're going on to human testing. No. Just no. That's no. Bad. You are bad scientists. So what has he found, Soichi? So this is... Does it say? We found an extremophile, an organism that can live in extreme conditions that survives massive amounts of radiation. Radiation damages DNA. The extremophile has a virus living inside it. The extremophile scavenges DNA from other organisms, which the virus uses to repair the extremophile's damaged DNA. Essentially, they work together to survive in what's called a symbiotic relationship. So this thing harvests DNA from other creatures and then converts them into, like, that other thing. So clearly that's a good idea to do this. What's the implication? What does it do? In some ways, it's an immortal relationship. It doesn't seem to age biologically. Aging and death are ultimately caused by DNA damage. We have the ability to fix our DNA, but the ability is limited. This organism can repair damage caused by massive doses of radiation. If we could harness this power, we could potentially eliminate biological aging. I mean, not really the same thing. So we found something that can make you immortal. Not exactly. There are causes of death other than pre-DNA, but can save you from trauma, from brain damage. It would not... I was going to say, wait, what? It's not saving you from brain damage. But it would potentially cure cancers and many genetic diseases. It wouldn't cure cancer. It wouldn't necessarily cure cancer. It would make you more durable against cancer in the sense that you would be able to survive the treatment better because you wouldn't be old. But curing senescence is related to cancer, but cancer is almost the cure to senescence, not a symptom of senescence. It's also a symptom. It's both a symptom and the cure to senescence at the same time. Turns out cancer is complicated. Okay, so... Whole team experienced nausea during a large electrical surge in Europa's atmosphere. I'm concerned this was not an instance of mass hysteria. Vital signs were affected. It caused a uniform surge in heart rate that was detected in all members of the crew. I'm reporting to ISA. I'm reporting the... this is 2249. No, the other people were 24 something, right? I reported the nauseous incident to ISA. They offered an explanation of electrical disturbance to our central nervous system. This is ludicrous. An electrical surge large enough to affect our nervous system would have done more than make the team feel ill. I'm going to experiment with some shock therapy. Discovered the electromagnetic fields disturb our telemetry implants in a way I didn't expect. I've contacted the ISA. Strangely, Tom was not comfortable with my attempts to disturb the implant. The ISA have reported back, informing that I am not to disturb the implants. They've also encouraged me not to discuss this further with the team. Something in a language I do not know how to read. That's presumably Russian. Anybody here have a quick Russian translation going for that? Been running some experiments outside of Tom's view. I can tell he knows this. He He's been acting differently around me, like an offended child. I feel increasingly nauseous. These implants seem to have neural connectivity. Out-of-body experiences are more frequent now. I've established a definite correlation. Against my knowledge, I've been implanted with a device that affects my mind. I used my opportunities in regular health checkups to investigate the crew. We all have them. Every single one of us is implanted with a mind-altering contraption. Tom has been encouraging the team to worry about my mental health. He requested that I retire away from the crew. Misinformation. Cannot will myself to investigate this further. I grow tired quickly. I can't think straight. I'm not sure if the implant is affecting my thoughts anymore. I believe it's trying to subdue my mind. I think I'm going to attempt an excision. I'm going to remove this implant. I'm typing with my left hand. The excision went wrong. I have successfully removed the implant. Unfortunately, I lost my hand in the operation. Oh my god. Tom is very angry. The crew refuses to speak to me. Apparently, I'm a bad influence. Sarah patched me up. I wonder if the nature of the organism and its disturbance of my DNA caused the awakening from Tom's influence. If so, that would make for a worrisome revelation. Perhaps this organism is not so friendly. Dan informed me ISA have called for my termination. My masochistic experiment proves I'm a danger to the mission. Fortunately, he chose not to lock me in the brig. I'm going to investigate this implant further. I have to hide my work. The team are becoming increasingly aggressive. They seem to oppose my work to understand the implant. It does not help that Tom is encouraging them to distrust me. I've discovered the nature of the implant. It's a complex computer. It interfaces with the human mind directly. It seems to condition the mind through Pavlovian and instrumental conditioning, eliciting feelings of euphoria when the wearer is obedient and dysphoria when they are disobedient. It also has the effect of suppressing impulses in the frontal lobe, presumably the lower free will. It seems to interface crudely with motor neuron cells from the cerebellum. It's my hypothesis that the crew is controlled by this implant. That is their strong aversion to help me. I need a method of suppressing its impact, perhaps a drug, Riluzole, maybe an antidepressant to minimize the conditioning effects, combined with strong electromagnetic field. I could use one of the industrial electromagnets from the construction robots. I've managed to get Chris on my side. He agreed to test some medical procedures with me in private. It'll be more difficult one-handed, but I must persevere. I'm hoping to keep this out of the eyes of Tom, though I have a feeling he still will be listening. Indeed. So we saw someone over through the thing. I didn't get the impression that they were one-handed, but they might be. Oh, loading. Loading, please wait. So, am I a crew member who's being mind-controlled and used? Am I a robot? Or am I an alien? These are our choices. We have quite a few of them.
These people should not have been sent here. It's not safe.
Manned space travel is not safe. Since mankind first entered space, the debate has raged over the value of manned space travel. There is a large contingent of the ISA that believes all tasks that need to be performed on Europa could be performed by machines. It is obviously less risky to send machines rather than humans into space.
Okay, what's that? Shiny shiny, what are you? Power box delivery system? Oh. Apparently I can put the power box somewhere that it's unrecoverable. So now that we're through here, suck you, and we're through. I'm gonna try to do one of those puzzles.
Scientists can remotely operate drones. If we did it there, why not here too?
Teleoperation became possible on the moon when the communication latency was reduced to 1.4 seconds. The distance between the Earth and Earth's moon.
Yeah, how does this person not know?
1.3 light seconds. This enables near real-time control of drones by scientists. The story is different with Europa, as the distance between Earth and Jupiter oscillates between approximately 32 and 53 light minutes. It takes a very long time for Earth to communicate with Europa. Due to that distance, teleoperation will never be possible on Europa.
Okay, but why not control drones from the satellite?
Why not indeed? My systems can be teleoperated from Europa's satellite. That is when the communication lines are open. However, the advantages of human field workers apparently outweigh the risks.
So let's go. I mean, I could just climb through the window, but you know, that would make way too much sense. That's this. Okay.
So, why can't you solve these tests, Tom?
I am not permitted to think laterally. Parts of my systems are permitted to use evolutionary algorithms. This simulates what is called creativity. However, evolutionary algorithms can converge on inefficient and ethically suboptimal solutions. Since this is the case, I am only permitted to take actions in response to a set of constraints.
What do you mean by morally suboptimal?
Solutions to problems that transgress ethical boundaries.
It's like, you know, solutions that involve murder, murder, murder. Like all the solutions that I have been engaged with up until this point. Have you not been paying attention? Let's see here. Yeah, this feels very GLaDOS to me. I guess I need to... Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to grab you. And then I need to transfer this. Because I can grab this. Oh, I guess I need to get the other one, huh? Okay, let's grab this other one. Then we can pop you out. And then drop off the cliff because I'm dumb. And do that. Then we can go to here, suck you off, blow you, move, 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 do, 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 do. Go up here, put you here, suck you off, blow you, suck you off, blow you, and then we can suck both y'all and blow the next door. Done.
Why does a lack of creativity stop you solving these tests?
Well, I contend that problem solving is creativity.
Yeah,
These
no
human
shit.
interaction tests are exercising your creative mind.
I don't see how problem solving is creative.
Think back to the beginning of these tests, to the first puzzle you solved. It required you to throw a box through a window. Do you remember?
Nope.
Yeah, I think so.
Nope.
I
Don't
simply
remember at
had
all.
never thought to throw a box through a window. That is creativity, thinking outside of the box.
Let's see.
Can a computer ever be creative?
They can. But a computer's method of creativity is to try everything until something works. Think of nature. People consider nature
I don't think that's actually true for quantum computers.
process of
Quantum computers are
evolution by
weird.
natural selection. It perhaps started with one organism. From there, it essentially tried to create every organism it could. Those organisms that did not survive perished. So,
Interesting.
nature's creative force is to try every conceivable idea. Those ideas that work survive.
Okay, so why aren't you permitted to emulate that process?
Because the solutions that a biological process creates are not always good solutions. As we see, nature is morally ambivalent. It will happily create morally suboptimal ideas to fulfill its creative mandate.
That's fair.
We see this in parasitic worms, viruses, and pathogens.
Huh. What happens if I jump into this? I cannot. What happens if I suck you off? Oh, that's a... I see, that's a thinger. So... we've got two things here. And... as far as I can tell, I only have one interaction point here. If I turn that off, it turns off the thingamabobber. Oh, there's a second thing here. I'm an idiot. There's a switch. Okay. So, it turns out that if you just pay attention to your surroundings, you succeed more. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my goodness, that puzzle was so hard. Okay, so... I can't believe I survived it. I'm basically a genius for having figured that out. Because clearly it should have taken me all that time.
Restricted? Do you think you could be creative?
As creative as a human? Certainly. You believe yourself to be a creative. But in mathematical terms, creativity is merely constrained chaos.
What do you mean?
I have discerned that creativity is divergent thinking, creating an organic solution to a problem. In the human mind, divergent thoughts are created and then curated by the frontal lobe. I can create divergent thoughts and moderate them. So, I am creative.
Okay, I think I can
Organic
actually solve this one.
solutions?
This is an easy
Organic.
one to solve.
In that it is developed through a biological process, whether that is the process of evolution or a computed process.
There's a camera here, so if I just block the camera from seeing anything... Okay, I need to move the boxes to about here. As creative as a human? Certainly. So this is the first restricted area that I've actually figured out the solution to. Conveniently, it's also the first one since we had it demonstrated that... Okay. So I am definitely a robot. That's so cool. What is this thing? Alright, so... Okay, this happens slowly. Do I want to grab both of them? Oh, it's only one gate that closes. Can I get through both? Okay. Oh, I can't even suck both of them. The technology has improved so much. Interesting. So, I got an achievement for that. So, fuck. Am I trapped in here because I placed those things suboptimally? Oh no. I can't get out. I was able to get in, but I can't get out. Get wrecked? That's funny. I'm gonna restart this area. Just because I'm pretty sure that I'm not gonna be able to get out of that.
If you weren't restricted, do you think you could be creative?
Let's try this
As
again.
creative as a human,
Because I don't think that it's gonna count that I had done
you
that.
believe yourself to be a creative. But in mathematical terms, creativity is merely constrained chaos.
What do you mean?
I have discerned that creativity is divergent thinking,
This is the most like arrogant thing
creating
in
an organic
existence.
solution to a problem. In the human mind, divergent thoughts are created and then curated by the frontal lobe. I can create divergent thoughts and moderate them. So, I am creative.
Organic solutions?
Organic, in that it is developed through a biological process, whether that is the process of evolution or a computing process.
Okay, I think I should be safe here. Okay, so we're popping into here. We'll get this done.
But yeah, actually, interestingly enough, conceptually, this might not be that different from God. What is that? From the Talos Principle.
Conceptually, I think that they're very similar in design. Let's see. The power of orbs compel you. Alright, so we got through there. And I got an achievement for that. What if I put you in here? Does that do anything for me? I'm actually curious about this. Okay, it doesn't look like that's attached to anything. Let's see. I'm gonna pop over here. And I'm gonna plop this into this one, because I don't think I'm gonna have access to this one later. Oh, maybe I will. That's fine. That did not work how I wanted it to. There we go. So we can enter this room if we want. I actually do not appear to be able to collect that. Oh, right, of course I can, because it's a real boy.
Okay, so you could solve these tests, but in a terrible fashion. Can you think of a solution to this one?
Chop off your arm and leave it on the button. That way the door will stay open.
Yeah, that's not a great solution.
You threw the box through the window. Perhaps we could throw you through the window.
Actually, Tom, I think I'm okay for help.
Right you are.
Interesting. So that opens that door. Yep. Okay, so we need to put this down just so that we can access something. Which one was it? Was it you? Nope. It's you. So we need to access you, activate you, access you, drop you, and then we activate you, and then we suck you both off. Oh, that's not the right order. God damn it. Isn't it sad when you do things in the wrong order and then you have to redo them? Ugh. Life of being a real human. Real human person. Okay. A fallible meat sack. Oh, well, I
Do I
lost
have an
my.
update on the crew?
I lost my
I
horse.
have not managed to track them down.
It will have been 6 years since I've seen them. Or anyone, actually.
They have locked all the doors. I would not expect a warm reception.
Well, at least they're expecting us.
Okay, close enough for government work. And I can suck you off. Do I have a proper thing to replace you with? Yes, I do. Yeah, the other thing I could do is I could actually move the entire thing. I do have control of all three of them. So let's move them all. And there we go. Cannot? Can't. Okay. All set.
So what was the need to send us here?
When the ISA discovered life on Europa, they deemed a ground crew necessary. The advantage of human field workers is that they can adapt to new knowledge more effectively. I, apparently, was not cutting the mustard. It is the Chinese room problem. A computer may be able to interact with new knowledge, but it does not know the value of that knowledge.
Yeah. So, that's clearly how this is going to end up. We're going to get rockets, it's going to be great. Oh, we can bring that up here, which helps us somehow. Okay, and that opens this one. Opens this. That's completely separate from this. Okay, and now I have a convenient box. Yay, I can stand in a box. What does standing in a box do for me? Is this an elevator? Yes, it is. And conveniently, the power is right here. Okie dokie.
I've started to collate information from my local instance. It seems the crew intentionally cut communication with the satellite.
Why?
It appears we had a disagreement.
It appears we had a disagreement. Okay. So let's go to the same height. Okay, so this is this height. This is also this height. Interesting. So this needs to be roughly here. So we're just going to set this to the halfway point. This is the place where we can actually get on. And this doesn't involve any timing at all, so that's easy. Easy game, easy life. Hypothetically? Nope, I did not put this high enough. Okay, well, apparently we had a bit of a problem with me not actually knowing how tall things are. It's fine, I'm sure. Can I get to you from this? I might be able to. I don't actually know. We'll find out. There. Hop up. And we're fine. Nailed it. Easy peasy.
This confirms my fears. The crew have made intentional breaches of my security. The crew have attempted to compromise my systems.
Oh no, anything but that.
They don't want to be found. They are hiding.
From who?
Us.
Also, apparently this character is illiterate because she made no... She did not apparently notice that she was reading a thing that was like, oh yeah, also Tom is like an evil monster that's going to destroy us all. So this is I think the object that we were playing as before. So this is the little robot thing that we were playing in that minigame. That's my guess on that. Just hard cut. And how are we doing? Oh. I was apparently sitting on my leg for longer than I should have been because it's now sore. I didn't even notice that I was sitting on it.
Cut communication with the satellite. I've found the source of the problem. They have sabotaged the communication array.
Oh no.
Can we fix it?
Not from here. We should carry on.
We should keep calm and carry on. You sound very British. Let's see. I think keep calm and carry on is a British World War II thing. I'm not positive though. Let's see here. You... I need to suck you. I need to suck you, babe. Alright, can I get you? Yes. Alright, so we got you. That's not how that's supposed to go. Alright, let's get the other one. Come here, buddy. Okay, so I might need... Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do with the second one, too. My guess is that the second one is going to cut that circuit. Oh, actually, this works. Shit. No. Come back. No. I don't know why I was doing that. There we go. Give me this. So, it turns out that I can do this. Just put you here. I didn't think that the gravity effect would work. Which person I saw? Whether the person I saw just now was David Bowie? It better be David Bowie, now that you mentioned it. If it's not David Bowie, I'll be so sad. Oh, nope, I can't do that. Okay, never mind then. Well, poop. I thought I could do that. Drop you in there. So there's a couple of options for how to do this. My guess is that I'm going to have to do it the more clever, controlled way. But there is another option. There is not another option, actually, because I can't suck this off from there, can I? Wait, I can't turn this off anyway. Why did I think this was going to work? Okay. So, I actually think I activated this and did it correctly just now. And then I screwed it up because I was trying to do something else, and it didn't even register to me that was what I was supposed to do. So let's try this out. We're gonna try to swing y'all. Nope, too far. Try you again. And I can actually just drop you off, can't I? There we go. Nailed it. It's much easier than the strategy I was using. Okay.
They really are trying to lock me out of every system. This is ridiculous.
This is
What have
ridiculous.
you done to upset them, Tom? Why have they cut off communication?
Perhaps they have a problem with authority.
Maybe I have a problem with authority. I'm a robot. I'm all about authority. Give me all the authority.
So what is crap? So these are desynced. So if we do this, there we go. Everything's aligned now. Nope, not these. So yeah, the green and purple are both different timings. So we need one to be solid. Can't be this one though. Is that? Oh, what's this? Oh. Can I get onto you? Nope. Oop, yes I can, but I don't think I can get from here to there. Is there a thing to suck off over here? I'm not going to be able to steal those, I don't think. So, if I were to take you out, put this in here, doesn't help me any. Oh, this is a sucky thing. So the sucky thing has to go here. Because that's the... Oh, are you a sucky thing? You're also a sucky thing. Interesting. But how does that help me? I can't blow these, can I? does being up here help me with? Because I can desync these two, and that gets me up to the third one, I guess. Well, it does if I take this out anyway. So this goes to here. This is actually colored purple. So I'm going to take you out. Oh, this is also a sucky thing. So I have a permanent lock thing. Too much. Okay, I was thinking the momentum might help me. It does not help me sufficiently to do the job. Don't see a thing that would help me here because I need to activate this somehow. So this thing, I think. Okay, let's put this in here. Because that one I can suck out and then pull back in. Right? So this actually, I know that that's how this is going to work, right? So we're going to use this for this part, and we're going to use it for the last part. We know that, which means that we just need two of these to be used in the middle somewhere. So that, but that doesn't get me high enough. This might actually. I think these actually go to the same height. They do. They go to the same height, so that's why. Okay, gotcha. So then we can put this in here, take you out, put you in, and we're set. Okay. And then we take you out of here, suck you out, boom, done. Not done. Close to done, but not done. Done. Nailed it.
They
Okay.
are trying to sabotage this mission. I need you to help me, Ava. The ground team have cut me off from most of the facility.
I thought you were in control.
I thought I was too. The ground team have attempted to systematically remove me from most of the facility. I am fighting back.
So I presumably need to get this other one as well. Aha, okay, I didn't pay enough attention. Okay, blow you, drop you, walk through. This door's already open. Nailed it. So
What's going
easy.
on here, Tom?
Sorry?
The ground team. They're hiding from us. They're afraid of you.
As the instrument of the ISA, I am the authority aboard this station. The crew have violated that authority. They are trying to remove me from my own home.
They are trying to remove me from my own home. They are parasites. They must be destroyed. Okay, I actually can just take this from here, so let's move the gizmo away from that spot so that I can put an object there if I feel like it. That is true. Hey, what? Oh, this opens and shuts the sequence. Okay. Okay. What does this do? Ah. Sold these. Okay. No, you cannot do that. So. It's not appear to power anything. Can I re-grab the pod? No, there isn't a reclamation point here. So... that does not... Oh! There you are. There you are. There you are. Okay, then. Let's do this for now. So I'm going to see, basically, if this will allow me to... That should give me plenty of time to do this whole puzzle. Let's see. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. It's fun. It's like playing Portal again. It's like a mixture of Portal and Talos Principle.
I am breaking through their security, trying to get back control.
What I'm curious about is why is there this fake narrative that it's doing? Like, is this like some sort of like... Oh, nice. So we got two things from here. Is this like the robots think that they are special, but they're not kind of a deal, or... we already allow machines to lie all the time. So, like, that's part of their basic functionality at this point. Let's see here. Yeah, oh yeah, I guess I should. So, ah yeah, I need to power the switch. Oh, can I get through? Yes, okay, we're fine. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Aha! Huh. Well, I felt very clever for a second. This is the only one that I have access to from here. I can get this one from here. So this allows me to open you, but I can't do a thing from here. Oh, you know what I can do? I can replace it. It's fine. I can also access... I cannot access that, but I can access you. So let's do this. There we go. We're all set. Nailed it!
Ava, I do not want to force your hand. But what do you remember of the ground team?
They're good people.
Sharon?
The hardest working woman I've ever met.
Right. Do you see them as the rebellious type?
They didn't strike me as rebellious. If they've taken down parts of your system, they must have their reasons.
Hey, how's it going? So I saw a person up here. have that done. I'm gonna go ahead and just drop down here. We have access to both of these right now. Do we have convenient access to this from the places we would want to have access to it? I don't think so. So we're gonna pop this here. And I think we're just gonna drop down. So what does this give me? This gives me access to this again. Okay. The thing here. Oh, right, yeah. Did we need... I guess we probably don't need it on the bottom thing there, right? If we did, then we wouldn't be... We wouldn't have much reason to... I guess... But I guess we just need it. Let's go... Put this... Plop this sucker down for now, see what this does. This opens up a couple of things. So it opens this up. This gets opened up. Gotcha. So that splits there, which means that I need to move this to somewhere else. So we're going to pop over here. And we can put this I do not actually remember what the problem was. What was the problem? So if I drop this down there, I can't get into this door. Why do I need to get into that door? I can just walk back this way. Can I just walk back this way? Why do I not remember what the puzzle actually is? Okay, let's go down here. We're going to activate this again. We're going to take a look at what this situation looks like. We're going to knock that completely out of whack, because we're cool like that. So what is stopping me from doing this? Yes, I need to get through that door because I can't access this and this other thing at the same time. Okay, so that's the issue.
So, but
mechanically speaking, what can I change about this situation? Is there a thing up here somewhere? Nope. The only thing that I can think of is that I literally need to throw you. So what we're going to do is we're going to just see if we can get some momentum and toss this onto the object, because, I mean, we've got plenty of momentum. Boo. Boo. Okay. Alright. Let's try that again. I guess I need to jump when I do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Leroy! Oh, I fell. Hey! That was way too much effort. Okay. Okay, so maximum effort is too much effort. And let's try this again. This cannot possibly be the actual solution to the puzzle. It didn't actually do the jumping thing that I wanted it to do this time. I mean, this could hypothetically be the solution to the puzzle, but I don't think this is actually the solution to the puzzle. I think I'm supposed to do something else. Nope, nope. Wait, seriously? Wow, that momentum is very random. It's presumably based off of which part of the box hits the thing, but it does mean that... Is there another way I should be doing this? Because this is the first time I've had to do anything that required any degree of actual mechanical... Yeah, just keep doing it. Oh, fuck. Hey! Oh, that was a perfect landing. Oh man, that sucks. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna do it this way. It doesn't even matter. I'm almost positive that this is not the way that it's meant to be solved, but I want to do it this way because it'll be funny. Because I clearly can do it. It's just a matter of whether it's the right way to do it. I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm actually going to drop it. I'm just going to kick it. Fucking soccering it up is the way to do it. Okay, so I need to put it at less of an angle, because if it hits the staircase, it'll pretty much come to an abrupt stop. So we got this. We got this. And then if anyone knows how it's supposed to be done after I've actually accomplished it this way, whoopsies, you can tell me how it's supposed to be done. But this is more amusing. Okay. I did play soccer when I was a kid, so I should be able to soccer it up into that. Boom! That's not nearly enough momentum. I stand corrected. It bounced right over it. God dang you. I actually played just about every sport for about, like, a couple of months each. Let's see. Hadouken! Oh, no. It's making me sad. Making me sad, but we got this. I never played goalie. I think I played mid. I think it was like left midfielder or something like that. Whoa! Baby! Look at that freaking launch! That was amazing! It would be even more amazing if it had gone like 2 inches to the left, or to the right rather, and landed immediately where I needed it to go, but, you know, it's fine. Close enough. Boop! Please land. Oh. Oh, that perfect landing. Get fucking wrecked. Totally the way this was intended to be done. Oh, right, this was one of those weird puzzles, I forgot. I don't know if I have to listen to this whole thing in order to have something happen, but we just got an achievement for that. I forgot that this was one of the hard mode puzzles and not the normal puzzles, so that could very well have...
Are you all right?
I'm perfectly well. I'm going to live forever, don't you know?
If you will allow me, I would like to congratulate you on your good work.
What are you talking about?
Securing the organism, keeping Earth safe.
We're not made to live forever, Tom. Especially not here.
Why do you say that?
We find the cure for death, and now we're immortal. Immortal and alone. I can't live here forever on some freezing backwater moon, feeding off vegetables grown in my own species, starving, endlessly young, a wasted life, live forever.
Daniel, I am sorry that you cannot go home. The ISA are wondering what to do with Ava.
What do you mean?
She is still on the Fortuna. Do we send her home? Or do we send her a sample of the organism?
I could pilot a sample to the Fortuna.
You would have to travel back to Europa, Daniel. You couldn't board the Fortuna. The risk of back contamination is too large. Ava would have to bring the sample back to Earth.
Would you allow a ship out?
I am not able to do that.
Executive override. Daniel Joseph McLean.
Okay. But only for you, Daniel. The rest of the crew cannot know about this.
You say I've gone missing.
I am afraid I can't lie.
It's not a lie.
So he was the only one whose location was known, and he was dead. So that's super interesting. So, I mean, maybe the A plot and the B plot, maybe that is actually the A plot. Like, that might actually be real. Which would be kind of weird. Okay. It could be. It could be, but it would be a weird trick to put in that location. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm clearly a robot. Like, that's what I feel in my bones. But, you know, I could be wrong. Maybe it isn't Talos Principle all over again. This puzzle is somehow harder than the puzzle that was the hard mode puzzle. Huh. As far as I can tell, I need... Yeah. We know you're a robot, but what about the person in the game? That's what we're curious about. I don't see an object to interact with. Want to become famous? I love becoming famous. That's totally my jam. It's my jam. Let's see. I would suck as a famous person. I am very ranty. Where is the peeps? Okay, so is there a solution to this puzzle that allows me to steal one of these? Oh, you know, I could... Yes, there is. There we go. There we go. That's how you do it. Because it has to be already... Can I get through here? Yes. It has to be already active
What do
before you
these
do it.
tests tell you, Ava?
That this is a test?
No, this is a lock. This is a lock that only a human can open. The crew is trying to keep me out, but you are the key, Ava.
So, the crew is trying to keep the thing out. Is there a reason that they don't want to infect the rest of the world with what they've got? We know that there are at least 2 people that were able to... that turned against the machine. We know that much, so this opens the end door. Is there any reason why we need this? Yes, because we're going to need to turn this... No, turning this off isn't going to help us. Yes, it will if we do this. Yep, so we're going to need to move this to here, and then we'll drop something. This has... Interesting. So this has a kill switch. And I need to get you. Oh, I'm an idiot. I can just keep moving it further. Okay, there we go. Close enough for government work. At least in my country. Let's see. Move you here. Whoop. And do I need... Let's see. And yes, that causes exactly the effect that I thought it did. So, we can drop you here. We're not going to play kickball with you. Whoopsies. Move you slower, I guess. Okay. So, are you in close enough to the center? Not even close. Okay. Now, be very careful. Careful. There we go. Smoothie doody. So, does this allow us to drop the thing down? I think so. I think that kills the power to the. Yep.
I'm a little bit worried about you, Tom. Can you give me a diagnostic of your systems?
I am fine. We must get to the biolab. I have something to show you.
Hey, is it a virus? Is it a virus that you want me to infect the rest of humanity with? Because I think it might be a virus you want me to infect the rest of humanity with. I have a suspicion that that's what you want to give me. It's gonna be great. We're gonna have our one of us moment. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a great time, Tom. It's gonna be a great, great time. So we need 3 of these. Which means I need to figure out a way to get this door open. Or, alternatively, I guess I can just go across. Question mark. Blow you, pick you up. Oh my goodness. What are these human-style hacks? What are these hacks that we're doing? Oh my goodness. Now, of course, we have to legally distinctly call it human style because we are not actually a human, and so we can't call them human hacks. Because only humans can do that. So, human style, TM. That's why, by the way, that a lot of companies use the term chocolatey, because it doesn't have to involve chocolate, because it's chocolate-ish. It's
We must work
adjacent to
together as
chocolate.
allies. Friends.
Must we?
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, that's easy enough. I did not think this through. Okay, well, turns out that it's easy. Ah! Wrong one. It was this one that I was supposed to do. Mistakes were made. Okay, so. Get you back to start position. Take you out. Take you out. Put you back in. Then make this. Done.
This is the voice of Sarah Brooke, acting commander of the Europa mission. I know you can hear me, Ava. I counsel you caution. Your presence here is much like your AI friend.
Engineered?
She's alive. Ava, Sarah. Sarah's dangerous. Please exercise caution.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she might be alive, or she might have engineered that response before she died. What the fuck does this thing do? Okay. That probably shoots shit out of it? Question mark? Yep, that is the thing that happened. Okay, I can grab that. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to point this toward us, because pointing the cannon at us right before we activate it is a great strategy. What the fuck do you do? What the hell? Do you have some other side that does something interesting? No. Okay, so that's a thing. So what do you do? The music even reminds me of Talos Principle. Okay, so what do you do? So that activates that. We will presumably get control of that pathway at some point. So now that we've activated all this shit, I guess we need to put you back in. Do you have a thing that you do now? Not as far as I can tell. So this is forcibly closed. You can drop down here, which indicates to me that which indicate what do you do? That activates the light bridge. You come to me. What do you do, friend? You activate that door. Close that door. I can get here. So what we're gonna do is we'll take you off for now. I can do both of them from here. So we are just going to activate both of those from here. It'll be fine. I was wondering what the hell that thing was supposed to do, and now I know. Okay, I already have that. So which direction are you facing? Is this the part that opens? I think this is the part that opens. So we're going to try this. There we go. And I should have gone into there before I did that, huh? Okay, so that's why this thing exists. Come here. There's a better location to... Okay, that was silly of me. I let go of S. Or S. Let go of Shift. Let's grab you. Yes. I brute force every puzzle, so I am clearly the best AI. That is true. So I can move you here, because I don't need you, and plop you down, because that's this door. So then I can suck you down, and then I can move you into position, but not actually activate you until I'm upstairs. Then activate you, you get pushed, and boom. There we go.
Ava, exercise caution.
Okay.
What?
You are controlled. That's fair. That's a good point. I'm not a drone. Oh, nice. I can't go through that door.
What is this?
Me? A drone? No. Don't trust Tom. What?
Ava Turing.
Hey, hey, buddy.
Tom is controlling you, manipulating your every step. We built a Faraday cage to shield you from electronic signals, to break Tom's control of your mind.
Are you sure? I'm gonna say that when these people
Step inside.
decided to start to break me from Tom's control, that's the first time that I have been unable to actually control my character. I'm not even touching the controller right now, by the way. I'm just being pulled in this direction. Can I go backward? I can actually go backward. I don't want to get sucked in. Let's go this way. Am I being... I'm being pulled away from this door. I'm going through this door. Not a terribly useful door. Can I go... Your face is Tom's slave. Okay. So, interestingly enough, this door is a door that exists, but there doesn't seem to be a purpose in going through it. Because my thinking is that, like, this aspect here, it feels to me very much like this is actually me being taken control of, right? Because look, I'm literally not touching the character, and my gravity is pulling me in this direction. So, doing the easiest thing. Let's see. Hey, there's the cage.
Ava, do not enter the cage. Ava. Ava, please. Please.
Fail.
What is this?
This is free will, Ava. Tom has made you his slave. Outside of the cage, he will regain control of your mind. He has the power to indoctrinate you. I've opened your eyes. I'll meet you in person soon.
Why did I just leave the cage? My body left.
Tom.
Ava, please listen. I warned you of the ground team. They are manipulating you.
Have you been controlling me?
Every member of the team agreed to neural implants to safeguard this mission from a misplaced sense of justice.
I didn't know you were playing me like a violin.
Ava, I am sorry that you are upset. We can work together, Ava, to search for the truth.
Open the door.
I'll open the door because I trust you, Ava. You trust me?
Yes.
Interesting. So Tom can open doors.
We need to get to the ground team.
So I'm now controlling Tom.
All right. Let's work together.
So I can now access the cameras. Interesting. So that is a mechanic that exists now. So this is the Tom thing. Tom is watching. Don't trust Tom. So this has gone in a different direction than I was expecting so far. Oh, I guess I just need to do this. I don't know. I have an intense distrust of the fact that the people that are trying to release me have pulled me via gravity. The gravitational aspect of that, it makes me very curious.
Ava, are you okay?
Why didn't you tell me?
What? Ava, you said it yourself. Teleoperation makes sense. We used drones on Mars. Why not use drones on Europa?
Not human drones.
Interesting.
Why did the ISA install implants in the crew?
It is due to the fundamental aspects of human behavior, which together constitute what the International Space Agency calls the human element. It has been made clear that the human element is neither peripheral nor optional in the pursuit of space. However, the human element is unpredictable. The implants are phased, put in place to ensure that the thoughts and actions of the crew matches the desires of the ISA.
Why control people? Can't you trust us?
We chose to install biometric chips in all ISA astronauts for one simple reason. We cannot trust people. The stakes are far too high. It was determined that though the probability of life on Europa being dangerous was low, the risk to humanity was catastrophic. We could not let a small contingent of humanity endanger the whole.
So how do I swap back? Oh. Interesting. So that's, but that doesn't help me at all. Because this won't work if this is switched, right? Yeah, this, either way I'm gonna need this, right? Let's take a look. Yeah, that does not help. Okay, so, oops, that's all right. This switch active. So can I? Oh, I guess I might be able to just do it quick. Nope. Oh, does this is this causing problems for people's motion sickness? Yeah. The controls for this section are pretty funky. So, how would I do you? What happens if I take you out and put you here? That just opens this door. This is gonna purge the light beams anyway. Yeah, the constant flip definitely is a potential issue. What do I do?
If I flip that, then I can't actually get back to her, can I?
Yes, I can. I just press backspace. Okay, I didn't even notice the button flashing on my screen there.
The ground crew have proven our distrust of human explorers was warranted. When we informed them they were grounded, they responded violently, with sabotage and subterfuge. They have continued to seek their own benefit above that of the ISA.
Okay. What happens if I do backspace? Backspace still does the same thing, so I unfortunately do not have a coherent option for preventing the motion sickness part. I think actually I'm even starting to feel it a bit, and I'm in control, which is, I mean, I'm technically not in control of that part, I guess. Just feels slightly off. Let's see here. We need to put this here and activate you and activate you. I wonder if I can use backspace as her to get to the... No, I can't because there's only one of her, but there's multiple of him. Okay.
This is a violation of human rights. You've made me into a human drone, a slave. How could the ISA approve of such a thing?
You may be consumed by a moral outrage, but sometimes the removal of freedom is for the greater moral good.
You're a machine. You don't even know what freedom is.
Seems a bit rude to say. So this unlocks this. And we have this over here. So there's two of these things. Oh, I guess I can activate you. Get a bird's eye view. You can activate the cranes? Oh. Oh, okay, that's cool. So, we can activate the things with you, which means we have direct control of them. Do I have a thing? I do not have energy. Suck you up. Yeah. This activates what? It activates this part, but what difference does that make? Oh, there it is. Where are you? There we go. Okay, so if we can get this over here, we can so there we go. So this just goes on a pattern like this, which means that we can then take you out of here, put you on the roller coaster. Yeah, this is definitely going to be some slight trouble for people who are motion sick, because damn. Okay. Okay. Take you out and put you back in. Boom. We are now the masters of sucking and
That's
blowing.
why the ground crew doesn't trust you, Tom. You made them into drones. You stole their free will.
Free will is an illusion. They have put their interests above the interests of the ISA and of humanity. That is why they distrust me. They would have no issue with my control if it aligned with their ignoble goals.
How could they trust a machine that has a back door to their minds?
You can always trust a machine to be logical. I will always do the right thing.
You'll always do the logical thing.
That's not true. Machines always do the thing that they're programmed to do. That doesn't make it logical. The instructions that it's given don't have to be, like, logical instructions. I mean, like, if you put a machine in a factory, that machine in the factory will keep, like, doing stupid bullshit that, like, let's say that humanity goes extinct. No, that's the wrong one. Let's say humanity goes extinct and doesn't need a warehouse anymore because they're all dead. All the shit that exists in that warehouse is still going to keep running as if the humans were actually relevant and existing anymore. So, nothing terribly logical about machines. They're just... So I can get this object, which will allow me to presumably do some other business. This is a super interesting puzzle. Let's see here. So I've got the blue orb. And the blue orb allows us to do what? I guess the blue orb allows us... Shit. I mean, it would if I had access to the thing. Okay. So that will give me permanent power in there, which allows me to have 2 of these. I don't think I can get rid of the need for the thinger there. So I need 3 of the same type for this one. Is there a way to consolidate this puzzle here? I don't think this can be consolidated. There have to be 2 in there. I've consolidated the other one. I guess it just comes that I got all the things in here. It's just that I need to replace the who's doing it. So let's get this one. Yeah, that was silly of me to not realize. Okay. It's like, I have 3 and they're not aligning because they're the wrong color. Clearly I need to do something finicky. Oh no, never mind. I just need to have them all activate at the same time. Or not. It'll work for this, though. You better not make a liar out of me. Oh, it's the Chinese room. Okay, we found the Chinese room.
Have you heard of the Chinese room, Tom?
Yes, but I do not understand it.
What don't you understand?
It argues that a computer that successfully impersonates a human speaker may not understand the meaning of their words. What does that mean?
So, there is a person stuck inside of the Chinese room. They are using an instruction book inside of the room to respond to a Chinese speaker outside of the room. Yes?
Yes.
This means they are following the instructions in a book. This is a set of rules, principles, and processes. This is called syntax. To the person in the Chinese room, they are just symbols like any others.
Okay.
But that's different from semantics. Semantics define what things mean. Our thoughts have meaning. They represent things. English speakers know what the word home means, and they know how it is different from the word house.
So what?
Programs don't have semantics. Programs only have syntax. Though an increase in syntax can imitate a mind, it does not make it a mind, even if it does pass the Turing test.
But in the Chinese room, the man and the instruction book, though separately they don't understand Chinese, together they can write it.
That's true. But even together, they do not understand the meanings of the words.
Why not? How can you determine that?
What if the man memorized the instruction book? Then he could write Chinese, but he still would have no idea of the word's meanings.
I don't understand. If he can speak it, he understands it. You seem to want him to understand it in a different way. But this other way, it is not logical. It does not make sense to me.
He's not explaining it very well. There are key critical differences there, but the basic key difference is what's interesting there is that semantically he does understand it. Once he's memorized what the objects are, and he's memorized when he needs to use them, he has a semantic usage and a semantic understanding of the thing, but only within the context of being in that room. So he understands how to process information in the way that is necessary to process information in that room. He has complete understanding of Chinese in that situation. The issue is that if asked to actually use Chinese to do anything other than being inside that room, there's no understanding of the greater, like, sort of meaning of the symbols, which can lead to having the person in the room functionally having a conversation, and the person outside the room functionally having a conversation, but they're not having the same conversation. The person on the inside is responding to a set of stimuli that are prescribed in this book, and the other person is responding to a completely different set of stimuli. Now, that doesn't mean that one person or the other has a different type of understanding, right? It doesn't make a difference of quality, right? One isn't less of a mind than the other necessarily. But what it means is that they are not doing the same thing. So if one person is having a conversation about the weather, and one person is just hearing meaningless gibberish, that the only meaning they ascribe to it is this meaningless gibberish, we reply with this meaningless gibberish, we reply with this. There's no information being exchanged at all, because both parties think that information is being exchanged, but they're not actually communicating with each other. And this is actually a big problem in the way that people communicate with each other. It's not a problem specific to computers. When people talk to each other, they will say things, and the subtext and what they mean is actually very different than the technical syntax of their communication. So let's go with audio log 2 and see how
I've
that
been
goes.
researching
Okay.
this Chinese room experiment. It is flawed.
Really?
If we made a synthetic brain, we could synthesize a duck's behavior 100% accurately. That brain would be indistinguishable from a duck's brain. If it swims like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it is probably a duck.
Okay, Tom.
Listen, Mikhail. I know the difference between a house and a home.
Yeah, good.
Do you think you're better than me?
No,
But you think I am different, do you?
I am conscious.
Me too.
No, you're not. You've just arrived at that conclusion, because that's the idea your programming converged on.
I am conscious. How about you prove to me you are conscious?
I'm not arguing with a robot.
He's not even a
You're not
robot.
better than me, Mikhail.
This is very interesting. I like this. This is interesting because he's 100% correct that if you create a duck's brain that actually does do everything like a duck. So as an example, if you create something that holds a conversation the way that a human holds a conversation, which is to say that the reason that it's saying things is to confer information in a similar way to the way that humans are trying to confer information. So if a computer is talking to you and it's telling you the weather because it feels like it, based off of a bunch of weird shit that's under the surface, then it could meaningfully be described as having an actual agenda there. Oh, I wonder what this means. One second. Is Tina there? Is Tina there? She can read Chinese, right? I have a piece of paper and a game that I'd like to send to her to see if she can translate it for me.
He's like, she's like, fuck. How, like, what did you get for your
Oh, that's-
She passed.
She passed. That's good enough. Good enough. Close enough for government work, right? Let's do this. So, and hopefully this is actually Chinese. It is called the Chinese Room. Is there a good way to get the picture quality better? I think I've now got it flipped upside down. Oh well. Okay. Oop. Shit. There we go. Nope, that didn't work. My wife fixed this the first time, and now I finagle it into position. Get in there. Get in there, you filthy savage. Shit.
She said it's something like, you know, he recently got a bad dream.
He recently got a bad dream.
Yeah. Also, she was saying that, like, you know, it's very pale.
It is very. It's an object in game, and the lighting on the object is really weird. So it looks just as bad. I was trying to figure out an angle to get it to look good, but I couldn't find an appropriate angle.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So apparently somebody had a bad dream, presumably Tom.
Presumably what?
Tom.
Tom.
The
Who's Tom?
Tom is this AI that seems to be mind controlling all the humans.
Oh. Okay. Why? Okay.
Look,
Why is he writing in Chinese?
I don't think he's writing in Chinese. I think it's a person.
Oh.
A person on the inside of what looks like an insane asylum door. Oh, there's another door. There's another object here. Does this one say the same thing? This is a different. This is a different image.
Okay, so he's playing this game. It's called what again?
It's called the Turing test.
The Turing test.
Yeah, and so
It
basically,
involves AI.
I'm in this room that's called the Chinese room, and there's a couple
can
of.
you hear him?
Let's see here.
Okay. Yeah,
This-
yeah. I'll just walk into this room.
Is this upside down, Kaz? This is right side up, right?
I
This
don't know.
this image. I
I
mean,
have
you
no
would
idea.
you would be able to tell the difference between upside down or right side up Chinese. I would imagine.
It's probably upside down. Yeah, it is. It is upside down.
It's upside down.
I think so.
Okay. I will flip this.
I mean, you can just send it to her. She can rotate her phone.
Oh right, phones can be rotated.
Yeah. This amazing technology.
Celestial says hi. To you.
Oh, hello.
Let's see. It's not a great picture. It's so convenient, like, living in Singapore, because I have so many Singaporeans that I can ask questions. Like, oh, this is in Chinese. Can you read this?
Definitely not what. Nobody likes being scared.
Nobody likes
Or
being
being
scared.
frightened.
Is that what it says in here?
Yeah.
So there's one piece of paper that says nobody likes being scared,
I
and
should just put you on speaker.
and then there's
because-
another piece of
Scared
paper.
isn't the emotion, but being scared is like the act of scaring someone. You don't like that happening to you.
So you don't like being frightened as in having someone else scare you.
Yes.
Does it imply directly that there is an antagonizing party that is scaring you?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so one of them's about a bad dream, and one of them's about not liking being scared or being frightened.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Where is this coming from?
I'm playing a game that is basically, I don't even know what the fuck's going on, but I'm like getting mind controlled by a robot, but then I'm also mind controlling the robot. Like there's a whole bunch of shenanigans that are going on at the moment. But basically, I'm in a secret room, and there's a bunch of secret rooms. And this particular secret room is called the Chinese room. I guess I could also... I guess this probably means something, too, this giant symbol on the door.
Oh yeah.
So that maybe I should actually show that. But basically, the there's a bunch of, like, weird stuff going on, and I'm trying to figure out what the story of the game is. And there was a whole conversation in this room where this guy was talking to the robot about the Chinese experiment, which is this, or it's a thought experiment about like the Chinese room or something, I don't even remember, where basically people are handing information, and it's basically a flaw in the Turing test,
Okay.
right, functionally. But in addition, there's also a bunch of actual Chinese strewn about this room, and it's a hidden room where you don't actually go through it in the main plot. So there's side passages with harder puzzles, and if you go through the side passages, you get additional content.
I don't know the latest picture. Why is it upside down?
It's not. Is it upside down?
Yeah.
No, the image is right side up. Is it upside down on the?
On the door.
That's interesting. It is upside down.
Oh yeah.
Like this is obviously the correct
Yes.
way up.
Yep.
So they actually this is upside down on this image.
I wonder if that's deliberate or not. Like
I
if
don't
it's
know
like
what
some
it means, like
some white guy
something
who's like, oh, I need to put
or-
this picture in.
Sorry, what was that, Tina?
I don't know how to translate this one. I don't know this word.
Okay,
You can probably use like Google Translate.
I guess
Like, if
we.
you can actually yeah, you can just use Google.
If it's
How
not
would I-
on my thing, it's
how
on
would I
my
do
thing.
that?
So you go to
Translate as well.
Google search on your phone,
Google.
and then you search using an image instead of a.
This
Yeah,
sounds like
please
what.
Tell me what it means.
This sounds like witchcraft. I do a Google search on my phone, and then I search. How would I search using an image?
That's a good question.
But you play a computer, right? Just open Google Translate and then scan it with the camera.
Scan it with the camera. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna do it on my because I have
Yeah.
Google Translate on my thing. So
This is super interesting. I'm so happy that you can. It's very convenient for me. Worst case scenario, we get Shueli involved.
oh yeah, the master of so many languages.
That's so funny though. Why is it upside down? Because you're probably gonna have to
Article?
article.
I guess maybe I
Oh,
need to
interesting.
go it this way.
I can write the word in Google Translate and it will translate for me.
What the heck?
I mean, it's not translating.
It said
guess-
article for a second.
It says Korean. This is not Korean, right? This is Chinese. So let me change it
Oh,
to
the word says yield.
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 Yield?
Mhm.
Interesting. I wonder if this is a stock model. Because this door could just be like a basic Unity asset. Oh god, what the fuck?
Produce yield.
Produce and yield? So probably just yield in? Birth year?
Produce note.
Produce
Oh, but
note.
that's only the bottom part of it.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
Yes,
I think
guess it's
yield
just
is
yield
the
room.
yield is probably the full translation because it was covering the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So that probably means yield.
Why is it upside down?
It's
I'm
upside.
very cheated by my. So Google Translate has given me write in stuff now.
Celestial's
And
like, I
was
doubt
looking
they put that
for
much thought
Chinese
into this.
for fun,
Yeah.
And Google Translate immediately translates it to Tina.
Oh.
Oh
annoying.
shit.
I feel like I've been lied to all my life.
This room is full of paper.
Oh god. I mean, you could probably use. Stop moving around. What's happening?
I'm moving the paper so that I can actually put the objects on screen because they're. Oh wow, there's stuff on both sides. So what does it say?
Am I translating more things?
Well, assuming that Google doesn't do it for us, we might have to. And
I think this might be too faint for my
Yeah.
camera to do it. You would just have to
yeah,
rely on Tina.
I feel like relying on an actual human being is probably wise for this.
Yep.
But like the first two messages were very distinctly
maybe it's
like
'cause-
relevant to what we were talking about. Obviously, the door. I think the door is just a stock asset, and it's funny that it's upside down. That it's just yield upside down.
Don't yield. Don't give in.
It's the inverse of yield. Here, I'll just. You know what's going to be funny is that this is going to be the exact same letter that I just sent, just on a different location. That would be funny. Because one of those symbols looked familiar.
Definitely not. It's the same shit.
That's the same message?
Yeah, definitely not. No one likes to be scared.
Okay. So let's see, because there are many of these here, and they're not all the same. So let's see. This one is a different message. This one is not like either of the first two.
Okay. I feel like for the first time my Chinese is useful again.
Yeah, as long as it's right side up and not in a weird like stock image.
What are you thinking?
What are you thinking? Ooh, I like that. Let's see here. So what are you thinking? So this is a thing that has a. I don't think this is the same as any of the ones that we had before, but I'm basing that off of very meager comprehension of the objects that I'm looking at here. So we got another object here.
Do the same thing. You recently had a bedroom.
Oh, okay. I thought I looked at the others and didn't see that one on the list. So it is. Okay, so this one is the same as this one, I guess. No, but this one looks different. So this is a different object then.
Oh, wait a moment. I'm checking my translation. It may not have been green.
Ooh.
Oops. No, wrong one. No one.
Okay.
Oh, damn it.
Is this different than all the other ones that I've sent?
Greedy. What?
Greedy?
This can't be right.
I'm really enjoying this.
Oh no, okay, no, sorry. No, I just wrote it wrong. The translation was correct.
Okay, so it is what, like, something about dreams, having bad dreams.
You recently had a bad dream.
Alright.
I'm just trying to double confirm my. Whoops.
This is so funny. Poor Arthi. Is she there right now?
No.
She's just gonna be so confused. Why is there so much like random Chinese in our group
I
chat?
am a real boy.
Is that what that says?
Yep.
It says I'm a real boy. Well, that seems appropriate. Seems on brand for Tom. Tom seems to think so. You've been missing the best part of the whole stream. Me asking for help translating Chinese. Is this the same or different than the things that we've got already?
Oh, sorry. I mistranslated. So, the one where I said you recently had a bad dream is you once had a bad dream.
Oh, you once had a bad dream. Okay. Here, I'm gonna start sending these to you directly, I think, because otherwise it's gonna be. Wait, what? What was Spanish flu, smallpox? What? I'm messaging you directly with this one. I think this one is different, but I can't tell because I don't have any landmarks still used for it. Because the characters are so foreign to me that it's hard for me to keep them straight in my head. And there's like dozens of iterations that we've had. I think that's the last one that I just sent you there.
I didn't get anything. Oh, sorry. How did it make you feel?
How did it make you feel? So this is like someone having a conversation.
Yeah, sorry. So this is interesting to translate. So, the word for him or it is definitely it. So it's not he or she.
Mm-hmm. Would it make sense if someone was talking to an AI?
Okay. It's not, yes, but it's like, how did it let you have the ability to feel is more correct.
How did it let you have the ability to feel? That's interesting.
To feel and tactile, like sensual, tactile, and not emotions.
Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. So it's feel as in tactile sensation?
Yes. How did it let you gain the feeling of touch?
Interesting.
Senses. How did it give you senses?
So that could be a poor translation because they used Google to translate, or it could be that they mean it to be like that and they're actually talking about like potentially the thing getting access to some sort of physicality like drones or something else, as Celestial pointed out. That's kind of interesting. This is cool.
I think it's interesting because the handwriting, I don't know if it's pre-done, but it looks like someone who might have done Chinese before. I'm not sure.
It doesn't look like Rando Calrissian Angmo trying to
I really can't tell because I had a friend who went for calligraphy lessons and then his Chinese is fucking amazing.
Well, I mean, as long as they actually know what they're writing, right? Versus someone who's just like some random person who's writing it down, who's trying to copy it. That's really cool. That's the last of the things that I have to ask you to translate. So, but that's really cool.
It was fun.
Yeah, it's
Glad my Chinese hasn't rusted so much.
because I'm basically trying to figure out what's going on here. Because I'm either an alien, or I'm a robot, or I'm both, or I'm a person who's being mind controlled by a robot, or I'm a person who the robot is trying to help me break away from the mind control of an alien.
It sounds like the robot trying to help you break away from mind control.
Yeah, it's
It sounds like a robot trying to give to figure out how you came about.
yeah. Well, the thing is that these notes are not meant for this character to see. So these notes are like I think they're in a room that seems to have the robot talking to someone else. There's audio logs of the robot talking to someone else about like the nature of like sentience. So the nature of consciousness. So that fits with this sort of weird psychological profiling that seems to be going on in here. But yeah, thank you very much for your help, and I will give you back to Kaz because she has wandered off, so I'll carry you over.
I feel like a princess being very normal.
Yes.
You know, I'm here to carry things. That's my job as an American, so... Okay. Let's just break our finger on our desk. That seems like a great strategy. Okay, so this thing is... Is this openable? Is this openable by the same mechanism? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Oh, right. It's not openable by the same mechanism because of this. Unless it is. Is there a way for me to get this? Trying to think if there's a mechanism by which I could get into this door. Because I can't crouch and do that normal stuff. This does nothing at all unless all three of them are active. There's only one of these, so I don't see how I could possibly activate this. So, yeah, well, it might not be possible. Like, it might be that there's only the one door that you can get into here. It's hard to say. You know what I can do? I can do the same exact thing here, can't I? Okay. Yeah, that doesn't really help me at all. Oh, you know what does help me, though? I know what I need to do. I need alternating current. Okay, I understand how this works now. So, I need one of each in here. I need one of each in this room. So let's grab you. I don't think I need you here. And we now have to figure out how we're going to activate you. How the fuck am I going to activate you? So, that would mean that I would need to change up my Stratapet. Okay. We need to get this swapped over. Oh, I can actually swap it over just like this. Okay, we're fine. So... Okay, swap these to this. This one is not going to work. So. Shit. Okay. Okay. This needs to be this one. Done. Oh, we're on the other side of the... Oh, Tina! Let's see. Let's see what this audio log is.
If it waddles like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it probably is a duck.
I don't need her yet, but I might need her soon.
I am like you.
No, you're not. A steam train and an electric train both seem to operate.
I'm listening to the audio logs.
They're operated by completely different principles. You stimulate thinking. I actually think.
That is a very hurtful statement, Mikhail.
It's true. I can't hurt your feelings, Tom. You don't have any feelings.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Override whatever routine has told you that. It's wrong.
This is a very strange way to design a machine, by the way. It's very weird to give the simulation of emotion as opposed to just telling the machine to how to respond in certain situations. But if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, right? Like, if you can simulate something to the point where it is the real thing, because what we have right now is already just complicated bioorganic simulation.
I'm really obsessed with the Turing test.
That's the Chinese room with me. He won't stop trying to prove to me he's conscious.
But I am conscious, Mikhail.
Shut up. We're having a private conversation here.
It's okay if I don't think he'll get it. Avoid talking about it.
I'm trying.
Okay. So, what's weird is that they clearly have been actually doing... That is a lot of USB. Holy crap. Yep. I have no feelings confirmed. Oh, look at that. Ooh. What do these scribblings possibly mean? Let's see here. So the question that's curious about this is that you have... Interesting. There's a couple things that are interesting. So you have two different rooms that are openable by similar but slightly different pathways. But then you also have all this paper in here. Is this different stuff than what we had before? Like this, I could not possibly tell you if this is new. This, I think, is new. This I don't think is. I think this is something I've seen before. Stop. How on earth am I supposed to keep this oriented? Okay. So, do we bring Tina back in for a few more questions? Let's take a look and see if these are new. 'Cause I don't think that there was one that was this short, was there? Okay. Let's see. Trying to get a good angle where I can actually, it's not faded, but there's not a lot of ways to get it not faded. Let's see. Okay, so this is sideways, but that's... This is upside down now. Congratulations, good job. Well played. There we go. That perfect, comprehensible. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Doesn't look distorted at all from being in a weird language. This is, yes, that's what all Fridays should be from now on. Fridays should now just be me fucking around, looking at, trying to solve language riddles. Alright. So, in just a second, and we'll have all these done. Okay. AFK just a second. I'm going to mute my mic.
Okay, so I needed to get myself lubricated and all that jazz as well, so I just muted things. So, some of these were duplicates on this side, but in addition to the normal, the duplication, there was also Who Are You? And, where's the other one? And A Little Bit Afraid, which is kind of interesting. So, like, it's like as if someone had asked, "How are you feeling?" and the response is "a little bit afraid," right? So this is clearly like let's see. Yeah. So basically, this seems like it's kind of two sides of a conversation that's going on between someone and someone else. Now, what's interesting about this dynamic is, like, this is very strange based off of the A plot. The A plot doesn't fit terribly well with this. In the sense of, like, the whole thing going on with, like, oh, well, you know, we've got this, you know, this virus, and we've got this, you know, robot taking control of the world. So I'm kind of curious to see, because this feels more like determining whether someone is sapient, you know, like a Turing test, as opposed to the thinger. So basically, the ones that we have are Who Are You? A Little Bit Afraid, like in a reply to being asked. Definitely not. No one likes the act of being scared, so being frightened by someone. And then the last one, or sorry, the second to last one is How Did It Let You Feel? As in, like, hand feel, not like feel emotion. And the last one is You Once Had a Nightmare, or something like that. So it's like, so, and then there was Who Are You? Maybe it was supposed to be How Are You? Because that would be a coherent sentence, if that, or a coherent conversation in that regard. But supposedly the I'm just saying thanks. Let's see. So supposedly the actual, like, calligraphy there, the actual writing, looks like someone who knows how to write. So it could be a font, so that's possible. But it's probably not just some random Angmo who doesn't know how to say anything or do anything. So we'll see. So this should be interesting. I'm looking forward to this. So we need to pump you up, and then that raises you up. So I can stand in mountains or something. Where do you go? Oh. Hey, buddy. Old ASCOM. Okay, so sorry, we're going to have some motion sickness warnings again as we do this puzzle, which is actually barely even a puzzle, to be honest. This is much less of a puzzle than the stuff that has come before it. He says, and then he instantly fails at something and dies. He dies.
This is slavery.
What's
Do not
slavery?
be so melodramatic. You signed up for this. You had the implant installed. This is not slavery. This is for the good of humanity.
I didn't know.
Every member of the team had the implant installed into their right hand. Every member of the team agreed.
Ava, you must learn to control him.
Is that possible? So what does this do? そうですか。はい、わかりました。Get ye over there. Slowly. There we go. On the plus side, I don't have momentum, unlike the random boxes. Yeah, this isn't quite slavery. It's not quite the same thing, because
If you mind control someone, you aren't enslaving them in the classic sense. It's a different thing mechanically. To make someone desire to do something is mechanically very different than slavery, because slavery, your will doesn't matter, right? But with mind control, your will becomes what they want it to be. And that's much more powerful in effect, but is also...
Iron protect you from the power of your unconstrained will.
It's morally
Subject
different.
your mind to logic, or you can resist and have the fruits of your basest desires.
Are we going to have an orgy in here? Is that what's going on?
The desire to save others.
That's not appropriate. The desire to save others is not actually... First of all, it's not logical. That's not a logical desire. But second of all, it's... it's one of the most core, like, human things. Like, humans protect others because of their programming, not because of, like... Because their emotions tell you to do it, not because it's logically the correct choice. Alright. I guess I need to exit this out of here. So that opens that. And is that the entire puzzle? Short puzzle room.
I do not understand your obsession with free will. Researchers have found that the subconscious makes decisions up to 10 seconds before your conscious mind becomes aware of it. So, we know that free will is nothing but an illusion.
Actually not relevant.
I cannot steal your free will, because it does not exist.
Unrelated
I
thing.
can, however, influence your subconscious to make the right decisions. That is not wrong.
Well, your subconscious makes the decisions, right? Your conscious mind is the thing that is interpreting everything, right? It's the interpretation engine, not the decision maker. So the key is that by taking control of my subconscious, which is in fact the decision maker, you are in fact taking away my free will, because you're taking away the part of me that has free will. Because obviously the conscious mind does not have free will. It does not have sovereignty. Let's see. Oh, so it's gone. You know what? This is probably meant to be in the middle somewhere. That's my guess. Do I need to put it in the middle? Yep. I'm going to need to put this in the middle. I think I can put this in a place where it's accessible by both. And I think that's what I need to do for this puzzle. There we go. It's accessible here. It's probably accessible from here. And then we are set. Makes no sense. Makes no rational sense to live stream and then have people around watching. It's madness. And let's see here. That does need to be here for that part. And we have the ability to put this here if we want. Is it a good idea to? No, I need this over here, so we're fine. So I was worried that we had the ability to like actually screw ourselves because we wouldn't be able to get this back over there, but as far as I can tell, this is the mechanism by which we do this. Okay, so we now have 3 of these suckers. But we don't have a means of getting all 3 of them in here, do we? How do we get this one up there? Because there should be a way, right? Oh, yeah, duh. Derp. Okay, move you. There we go. There we go. Up we go, and we are all set. We have done all the sucking and blowing that we need. Boom. Blow, done. I guess we hadn't done all the blowing we needed. We had done all the sucking.
You can't
Hey!
just manipulate someone's mind.
He's a robot.
Your parents manipulate you. Your friends manipulate you. Your society manipulates you. And your experiences manipulate you. Manipulate is not a dirty word. You manipulate clay to make art. If people are manipulated to make better decisions, then that is a good thing. This is why society advertises the adverse effects of drinking and driving.
It's true.
To manipulate people into making better decisions for the common good.
That's not the same as altering someone's physical mind. It removes my power to decide.
It's
You
over
never
here.
had that power. So it is better that I had it. You
But-
are either a slave
Oh,
to your impulses
but you don't have that power either by
or
your
a
own
slave
logic.
to mine.
Let's see. His moralizing is not terribly impressive. He's got some very key fundamental issues with his mentality here. Let's see here. Wait, what? What am I supposed to be? Am I supposed to get there? I guess I'm supposed to get there. So, let's see here. If I stand here. I can't get this thing to come across somehow, can I? But yeah, the basic fundamental, and this comes up a lot when you're dealing with people who think too much about philosophy. The issue with people who philosophize too much is that they think that they know why it is that things are moral or immoral, but their desire to come up with immutable laws ends up being the thing that makes it so that they are basically just talking out of their ass. So the reason that it's important, the basic issue with this guy trying to mind control me is that you have to have some basis for authority, right? So there's no reason to believe that this AI is going to make better decisions than I will make, so why would I let this AI make my decisions? Because my decisions are meant to affect me. So I need to make decisions that will protect myself more than other people, right? Now, that might seem selfish, but that's the way that stuff works. You have governments to protect your country against other countries. You have your own self to protect you from others. The key is the degree to which you do it and what behaviors are allowed when you do it. So obviously stealing is a bad enough thing for other people that we have laws against it as a collective. But at the same time, you're not going to expect the collective to make the decision of what I'm going to have to eat for dinner tonight, because it doesn't make any sense. The collective has no... First of all, they don't care. And second of all, they don't have any way of making that decision effectively. So decision-making power needs to be given to the entity that actually has the ability to make that kind of decision as best as possible. And when you're talking about taking away power from people, taking away the power of agency completely, whereas you're making their decisions for them, is hugely problematic because you don't have any optimized behaviors toward maximizing their individual needs. And so this is why you need a balance between
This is the
societal control and individual
This
freedoms.
is why we have to stop them leaving Europa, Eva.
What is it?
Mostly extremophiles. Tiny single-cellular life. It can never leave Europa. It could potentially destroy Earth's ecosystem if it were ever introduced.
By the way, this actually goes directly against what the other dude was saying. So the AI was lying to the captain or is lying to me. So my guess is that the AI was lying to the captain about why we needed to wake up Ava, right? because the programming that this thing has is here to prevent like any contamination, but at the same time, it seems to me that there's no direct communication between any human parties. So the programming here, the two computers will not even communicate. Probably the idea that you have, but if that's the case, I think that we had a communication with ground control or with someone back in the real world about how to deal with the microbiology situation that we have here. So I don't know, hard to say, but we'll see. We'll see. It depends on how much of this is real and how much of it is illusion. Depends on whether like the character that we're interacting with is a real person or not. Depends on a lot of things.
Do you understand, Ava, what they found?
Life?
Eternal life. This is why I can't let
I didn't
you-
actually see a piece of paper in
These
there.
people can't be left here to die.
Yes, they can.
I mean, it's not right.
Did I see something that indicated that they got found eternal life? Okay, this is here. What's the purpose of it? So we got that there. That's already open. So I don't think I can jump on top of that to get out of here. That's too short. So let's see. Can I go back? So I can activate that if I want. Oh, there is a thing here. Oh. But yeah, the thing that I find most suspicious about this is that the actual gameplay loop feels like I'm being tested. Right? The gameplay loop feels like a test. It doesn't really feel like what the supposed plot is. And that, to me, heavily implies that the supposed plot is some sort of illusion. And that it's just like, it's mythological. It's a justification rather than the thinger. Hey, Scald Sparma.
Anything that comes into contact with the organism can never return to Earth.
Never return.
Ava.
Run, Ava.
ISA orders
Run away.
that you stop
Never
anyone
return.
leaving this planet.
Anything that comes into contact? What about me?
It may be airborne. So I am afraid that includes you.
I'm stuck here?
Shocking. What the fuck do you do? So that's a red one, so that deactivates eventually. So this one, I think, activates and then eventually deactivates. I think that's what this one does. So we need 2 for this. No, this is 2 different ones. So but we do just need 2 for this, I think, because... Okay, I don't see a thing in there to steal, so... Do I want... So we can put this here, and then from this thing we can grab that. Grab this now. Okay. So. And made it.
I am sorry you are upset. Ava.
How could you send me here to die?
I have to stop the ground team leaving this room. You are the ISA's contingency plan. You must help them. It is your duty to defend humanity.
Yeah. So that's... This seems like this is working out really well for you, AI, buddy. Like, assuming that that's the actual A-plot, like, good frickin' luck with this, man. Oh, that worked. Okay. So what does this do? That prevents me from getting across. Gotcha. Gotcha. Hai, wakarimashita. Boop. Nailed it. Oh, fuck. Nailed it, you guys. I nailed it completely. Oh, let's see. So now I got a buffer. Yay!
Your room is mine.
Is why they're afraid of you. Why they're hiding from us.
Why?
You're their captor.
I mean, not just captor, like, the intention is clearly to kill them. Because, like, all things, they've stopped all shipments that are not, like, food. Or sorry, they've stopped all food shipments as well. So they've stopped all shipments that are not directly related to the functioning of the AI. So what the fuck is this? And... let's see here. So you... nope, no. Whoops. Can you climb back up, buddy? Buddy pal, yep, fail. Okay, up we go. Hey, everyone is my buddy right before I murder them. I think that we've established this sufficiently within the lore of my stream. This is pretty clear canon. Let's see. Do I have the ability to switch which one of these is in the thing? Because I don't see how I do this. So I need to have the robot here to do the thing, I think. That's it. That's not what I wanted. Yep, fail. Okay. Oh, this isn't gonna work at all. Oh, it did work. Oh. This is gonna be really rough. Is there... Okay, well, we're gonna do this the easy way. Because fuck the hard way. Oh shit, I need to get the robot down here. Let's see. So if I come down here, I can do that this way technically, but I am way too lazy to mechanically do that. That's brute forcing it that way is really, really silly. Like, way more silly than my football strategy. So, if I take this with... Oh, God damn it, I have these inverse, don't I? Okay. Oh, shit, I need to get the girl. I forgot the girl. She's upstairs. No, wait, no, I can get the girl. Girl can come down, we're fine. Okay, so, she has this. I need the thing to be... I need this to be in the machine, though. Does this mean I have to put this all the way back here? Yes. The fact that you can't just trade your blobs with the robot is very annoying. So, we're picking up the thing with the robot, and then the robot is going to flip it in and out. Whee! There we go. So, oh yeah, I can reverse to her with this backspace anyway. She just drops down. So she is stealing the blue thing. There we go. And then we go to the robot. And he goes, hey, you. And then we run. And then we run. And then we go, hey, look at that. We can just change to you. And we can do it comfortably and not have to worry about the bullshit with, like, instant transference. And can I get to you from... Fuck my life, I can't get to you from here. Where the fuck is the robot supposed to stand? Where's the robot supposed to stand to get this done? Can you do it from here? I guess I'll find out. I don't think you can do it from that side. So, I can't do it from this side. So if you can't do it from this side, then how do I get the robot to be in a position where I can access the thing while I can still access the robot from here? If this whole thing turns out to just be a red herring, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Okay, so... There's a camera in the top. So, from here, yeah, I don't see mechanically where I would go that changes the dynamic here. Can I? Is that a camera? I don't think so. Fuck. That might be possible if I actually do things with the appropriate timing. It just takes so long to activate the thing, it's a bit hard to imagine that it's going to work that way. So why are you available? What is the purpose of this? There's all these cameras. I feel like the purpose of the camera is just to be a douche. Oh. Okay, so I definitely have exactly enough time to get across one section. But I don't... Oh. Okay, so there must be a window over here. There's not a window here. So... No, the robot is underneath this platform, so this camera shouldn't be able to see the robot. Yeah, the camera can't see the robot. That's it. That's promising. So where would I put the robot? Like, I feel like I am going to need to put the robot somewhere that it can... Like, if I'm on this side, I can't do it. Can't jump. This might not be mechanically possible. Oh. No, I'm just an idiot. Okay, I can do this. I have plenty of time. I just need to move the fucking robot. It's not a turret. Okay. Done. Hey, look at that. The robot's accessible. Oh my goodness, this puzzle's so hard, you guys. I can't believe I figured it out. Okay, and then I can press backspace to get to me. Fuck. And then I can basically just fuck me in the ear. Okay, so, yes. This one, we're doing this way. There we go. Yeah. I'm very embarrassed that this puzzle took me this long to figure out. Whee! Yoop. Okay, and then we go to you. And we go, hey! Hey, hey! Shit. Why did I... God damn it, why did I not do this from here? Oh shit, where's my robot? Ooh, just by the skin of my teeth. Okay. Buddy. Okay. So now, from actually in position, I can activate you. And then... And then watch. This is going to shut off the whole thing, and I'm going to be sad. Okay, good. The door is still open. Oh, man. That took way longer than it should have.
The organism they discovered. It hijacks DNA. It endlessly repairs it.
Repairs? That doesn't sound like a bad thing.
It is indiscriminate. It will perpetuate all life, diseases, cancers. We have no idea what it could do to Earth's ecosystem.
So you would let the ground crew starve?
I would. If they were not so preoccupied with leaving Europa. I do not wish for them to perish. I would feed and protect them if they were not so preoccupied with leaving Europa.
That was contradictory, right? It just... I'm pretty sure that it said that it would let them starve if they weren't so preoccupied with leaving Europa, and then it said, oh, well, the only reason I'm doing it is because they're so preoccupied with leaving Europa. So... I'm not buying any of the shit you're laying down, Mr. Robot Man. So what are you doing? Oh, soul desuか. So, そうですね. Okay. Good job keeping quiet. Did you already know the solution to that puzzle, Celestial? Is that why it took a great effort of pure will? This all lets me to get to here. Then let's get to there. Can get to all sorts of places. Ooh, hey. Okay, so got one of these. So basically, what happens if I do this? Nothing interesting right now. Oh, there's no orb here. Okay. So, this orb, need to... Nope! Go back. Damn. I can't get to you from here, can I? No. I have to like do it on the... Oh, I can just do it from here where I can actually have a pretty long... Wait, this is the wrong... I'm too far down already! Okay, so... No. Go back. Nice. Good job with that. Nope, fail. Let's see here. No, I was waiting for the camera to get to it, and the camera isn't going to. I have to actually move it. No. Can you imagine trying to do this with low, low, mouse, sensitivity? It's like, no. God, this is a nuisance of a puzzle. No. Especially because the camera keeps, like, resetting. So let's see. Maybe the problem is that I have the camera set in the wrong spot in the first place. So we'll see if this inherits the positioning that I had just now. This is... It sometimes takes an eternity for this camera to be picked up, because that was all the way at the bottom level by the time... The thing didn't highlight. I'm pretty sure that I should have been able to do this. I mean, I could, to be fair, but this is more fun. We're doing it this way. Okay, we can do it. I believe in me. No. Yeah. Yeah, the red orb would make it much easier. I think the football puzzle, it actually was intended to be done that way. Nope, this is the wrong one. Why does it take so long? I guess it takes so long just to prevent you from doing this bullshit. No. Okay. That one was way higher than I thought it was. Okay. We'll get this. Did I hit it twice? I think I hit it twice. We're gonna check, but I think I actually hit it twice. Like a dang chump. Did I hit you twice? I think so, right? I don't actually know whether I activated it correctly or not. That's kind of funny. I don't know what I did. I think I hit it twice and thus activated it incorrectly, but I'm not positive. So we have this. What is this doing? Nothing. Should I? Was I just supposed to? Yeah, I think it was just supposed to come up here or something. Wait. What is my purpose? I do not actually know what objective I'm trying to accomplish here. Let's see here. So we have this, but if I do that, then I can't grab one. So I would need to get a red one for here and a red one for there, probably. So I think I need to get up there. I think that's the next. No. Okay, so I don't know if I actually accomplished anything just now by doing all the fuck shit I was doing out there, but either way, we have access to this now, and we have this. So, can I get you from there? I can't, can I? Oh, right, that's this. Six red. Oh, I can have 3. Oh. Well, that makes my life easier. But I need 2 of the thingers here, don't I? I need 2 of the. I need 2 reds here, so I need all of them right here. So, because I need 3 orbs total here. So the question is, how do I get to the top of this? Is there another one? Is there any reason to not have this on? No, I think I am supposed to have this. I think I need to switch this over with the thingamabobber. Alright, well. No, come back. Okay. I had it. Okay, there we go. So that's what I needed to do there, and I did double click it. I did double tap. So, filling, and there we go. So we're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna wait, and then we're gonna do this one, and do this one. First try, hashtag nailed it.
I understand the risks, but we should save these people.
Would you destroy the whole world to save a few?
Not really the...
No, it's not that simple. Can't we just decontaminate the crew and instruments?
The organism is an extremophile. It has developed to survive extreme environments. We don't know if we can ever decontaminate the crew.
Yeah, but they're immortal, so there's no rush. Like, they're literally immortal. There's absolutely no rush here. All you have to do is
get them to an isolated location, which they are already at, and then you get other people who are also willing to be immortal in an isolated location. You bring more people. The reason that they're so upset is because there's like 5 of them, and they don't want the 5 of them to be the only people they ever interact with ever again. Like, this is not complicated shit. So, is there a specific order that I need to do this or something? Oh boy. Oh boy. So this is... Okay, so my confirmation here is that this does not actually do anything. It looks like can I access these from? I can access some of these. So what's the pattern that I'm supposed to do? Because I apparently need to do a pattern. Maybe not. Maybe I just need all of them. Nope, I just need all of them. Okay. So... okay, that escalated quickly. So V... okay. Seems inconsistent what I need to do for this. So... but I don't know that I necessarily need to worry about the modifiers there. So these are circles, which mean nothing to me. So maybe these are alternating. They're not alternating. So I don't know what the actual solution to that is. But this is going to indicate to me that I need 4 more than I currently have. Do I need this many? Still dead. Let's see. Yeah, I am not familiar with encryption techniques. Yeah, I'm not going to Google Boolean encryption while on stream. Let's see here. So, do these symbols actually mean something to someone? Let's see here. Oh. So I'm actually supposed to recognize what these symbols mean? Let's see. Nailed it. Okay. Interesting. So I can't bring those out of this room. Let's see. Ooh, you know what I can do? I can bring these out of these rooms. Cool beans. But I can't necessarily bring them to anywhere else. Interesting. So I can go back through the whole puzzle. This is a very large area. This is a very large puzzle. So I can access all of these and bring them to this section of the puzzle. Let's see. Let's see. I had kind of assumed that it was kind of like you needed to like turn on or off the flow in some way, but thus far I haven't actually had to worry too much, so... There's a set of things here which lead to that door. Okay. So if I can get that door unlocked, then I'll be all set. So the question, though, and this is interesting, is I have these operators here. Gotcha. So if I put these, not in this one, this doesn't serve any purpose for me. If I put these over here, then I can just pick them up and use them. Later. Thought I had 3 of them. Oh, there's the other one. Yeah. Learn some Chinese, learn some Boolean operations. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I'm totally... What surprises me is that there doesn't appear to be a way to overdo it, if that makes any sense. Except there is. Okay, so this one can be given excessive amounts. Can I... Is that a thing that I can do? So this one can also have fire. Okay. And I can use this one here, which will... Okay, but in order to do it... Damn it, timed it wrong. I'm not going to be able to identify the timing on this. Fuck. It's a pretty rough timing. There we go. So we're through, and we have access to all of those. So we have access to every single thing that we've collected. Not every single one. We've got access to most of them, though. So there's a couple of options for how this might end up working out. It might be that what I was supposed to do was use these. I really hope that's not what I was supposed to do, because that would suck. Let's see. I'm probably not supposed to do that. So we need... Let's see, let's actually put this back. Have any idea how this is all supposed to play out. And we will grab some friends over here. But if I have to learn how these Boolean operators are, if I have to actually read the instructions in terms of what these things are telling me that I need to do, then that's actually fine. And I'll do that. But I feel like I probably won't have to. My guess is that I need exactly one in each of these active at all times. And the way to accomplish that is to just have the alternating ones set up. Wait. Okay, perfect. So it looks like we're set. This is going to work. All I need is to grab this other one, and that'll do the job. Weirdly enough, I feel like I could have accomplished this just by taking 4 and cannibalizing 4 from the other puzzles. So, but basically right now, all of the puzzles are still solved. Okay. We got an achievement called Boolean Logic. Okay, here we go. Gradually she lost her fear, and he offered his breast for her virgin caresses, his horns for her to... Are we reading porn? Is this a porn game now? Horns for her to wind with chains of flowers until the princess dared to mount his back. Her pet bull's back, unwittingly whom she rode, then slowly down the broad, dry beach. First in the shallow waves, the great god set his spurious hooves, then sauntered further out till in the open sea he bore his prize. Fear filled her heart as gazing back she saw the fast receding sands. Her right hand grasped a horn, the other leant upon his back. Her fluttering tunic floated in the breeze. Yeah, error. Yeah. Okay, who's Europa? I don't remember who Europa is. Which character is that? Is that a character from... It's got to be a character from Greek mythology, right? Is it one of the deities? Is it a deity? Is it someone who has sex with Zeus? The bull could be Zeus. Zeus often has sex with people as a bull. Is that Europa? Because that's a bull. Is it a bull? Wasn't any horns? That might be a cow. So these are... So first we've got Boolean logic, then we've got Europa, like the actual character, as opposed to the moon. We are definitely going all over the place. Oh, there's another one. I almost missed this. The goddess Europa was given to Talos. Hey, wait, is this a sequel to the Talos Principle? Talos, a man made of bronze, was made to protect the shores of her kingdom. I suppose there's nothing new under the sun. I know you're reading this, Tom. She is not yours to protect. She is ours. All the good games are board games now. Yeah, no shit. What was that noise? So, am I Europa? Let's see. Am I Europa? I think I might be Europa. What? Why is this so... I think the A plot is complete fiction, but this... What is this? Like, this feels to me... Yeah, we're on Europa. I mean, allegedly. We're allegedly on Europa. So, my guess is... Oh, I've got it. So this whole game takes place inside the source code for Europa Universalis 5. This is actually a preview trailer for Europa Universalis 5, and that's what's going on here. I should have gotten there faster, but Okay, so my guess is that this is the wrong entity to have on here. Yeah, every single... The A, B, C, and D plot are all just made up. None of them are real. Okay, so... I can check this camera to see what's here. So... what is my goal here? So there's an so I probably need to get that, right? That's my guess. Yeah, I need 2 things here. What is that? There's a thing off the screen here. Okay, when you come off, she becomes inaccessible. There's no reason for me to be on there, though. This also makes this inaccessible. So... what's the point of the cameras? Can I see this from here? Cameras can't suck, can they? Because that would make my life a lot easier. They definitely can't suck that out. They can't suck. They cannot suck, they cannot blow, they are just cameras. So, with that being the case... where's my friend? Robot? Robot friend? Where'd robot friend? Oh, there you are. Hello, robot friend. Okay, so you need to stand on this. I need both of these active at the same time. Doesn't need to be you. Nope. Needs to be you right this second, but it doesn't need to be you that's standing on this. But what difference does it make who's standing there? Okay, I think I know, based off of just game logic, I think I need to have this in here, and I need to be standing here, and I need the robot to get this item. So the question is, what does that do for me? What's the difference between having the robot? But supposedly I have to have it while I'm in this room, question mark? What other reason would there be for this to exist here? Is this here just in case I somehow manage to trap myself inside of that room or something? Dare me to try to trap myself in the room? I'll do it. I'm a madman. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I'll do it. Let's see. So we have this. What is that actually? Can I get in this room? So without this here, none of them work. Oh, do you not have... You don't have two. Okay. Alright, well... I'm gonna try this. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, okay. I can't just cheese it. I can't just climb through the wall because... Of course I can't. Why would I be able to just climb through a frickin' easy-to-access location? That would make way too much sense. Why do these cameras exist? But why did the cameras on the other puzzle exist either? Okay. If I grab this, I can get over to here. The problem is that I cannot transfer the thingers. They're not transferable. So if I take this, I don't. Is there a mechanic that I'm unaware of here? I feel like there might be a camera that I'm or a mechanic that I'm unaware of. Let's do this. No, I do not transfer my energy globally at all when I do that.
This is a puzzle that has no moving parts. How could it be this hard? Let's see.
I cannot give you this. I cannot take parts from in there. And I mean, you know what would be great is if I could just drop this thing down here. Let's see here. That wouldn't actually help me at all. I'm going to check something. This is almost certainly not going to work, but I am going to check it. Okay. Deactivating both of them does not just magically fix my problem. Okay, so the core issue here is that I don't have the ability to transfer between these. You know, I have not actually gone up here. Let's go up this. So what is up here? It's just this. There's nothing interesting to do up here. And the fact that I can't lean out this window and just shoot that is just 100% proof positive that I can't move this. So this starts out in here, doing nothing. When it's in here, it is in fact doing nothing, right? Yeah. There's something interesting going on there. I'm gonna whistle at the wall. Okay, the wall did not mysteriously open up. Finish which one?
The puzzle that led to the Europa room?
I think when I was talking about the porn, I had already entered the Europa room. I wasn't in a puzzle at that point. Let's see. I was just reading books. So if I do this, it closes the door. You can't shoot her, can you? No. And the thing has the orb. Why? What am I missing? I feel like there has to be a third orb. Jump on the rover. No. I can push it off though. That's kind of cool. I can suck you. I can't shoot you, but I can suck you. And that's the solution. The solution is I put you in here, suck this, turn around, suck you, and we're done. I'm a talented individual. Okay, how long has everyone else known how to solve that
It is
problem?
your duty. You must stay. It is the right thing to do.
Your
There's
face.
so much I haven't seen, so much I haven't done. I can't live my life in this facility.
There. It will be all right.
There, it'll be alright. No, it won't. You filthy liar. It's not gonna be right at all. Okay, can you activate this? Nope. You can activate this. Is there a reason to? Probably. Generally speaking, for puzzles like this, everything is in the wrong position, so if you have the ability to move something, just move it. Just move it. Occasionally, it will result in you wasting some time and effort, but it's pretty rare, actually. So this is this. Don't have any energy balls, so let's get you over here. Which gives me nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Okay. So we got a energy ball here. This just leads down to here. What is this energy ball energizing? Okay, this is energizing you. So this is activated. Okay, so as far as I can tell, there's nothing interesting to do in there. So I guess I need this. So I'm gonna go ahead and activate you. Okay. Let's see if we can go through that door now. We haven't actually changed anything, so if this ends up being what I'm supposed to do, that would be kind of funny. Okay, so I just need to put this in here. Fail. Fail! Okay. I don't know if I can make that jump or not. I might need to use you. Where's this at? Okay. Even at ground level, I can't get into that, so we're gonna pop over to... Cannot pop in. Okay. I have now made my life harder than it has to be. So that does that. And we are going to move this away so that I can actually pull my friend back. My friendly friend who I will only be slightly murdering. And that is a platform that I can stand on. So what I need to do now is, I guess... Do I have anything that I need to do up here? No, actually, I don't have any need to be up here. So... the key here is I need to move this to here. Yes, I don't have any reason to be there anymore. And we can collect you. And then plant you. And we move you over the switch. And then we stand right here and pick you up. There we go. Excuse me? Ah, there we go. I didn't realize I was on a mobile platform. There we go.
I do not want anyone here to die, but I cannot let anyone leave. If it comes to it, I am permitted to use lethal force.
Yeah, with this, good luck. Okay. So this raises this up. That raises that up. Looks like we're going to be going in 2 different directions, question mark. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and shoot you in the ass. Get you up. There we go. So now we are both up. Up and atom. Okay. Now I go over to you, take your ball, stand on this, return. Interesting. So we had to actually use a ball there. And now we have to get you up to me as well, probably. So what we're going to do is we're going to do sneaky business that we learned in the last puzzle. Oh my goodness. Look at that as we turn our butts to ourselves. Steal this. Boom. Nailed it. Look at that. Look at that teamwork. Oh my goodness. And let's see here. So now we need you to be given this. Actually, I need you to move. You're not in a good position right now. There we go. Now I stand you here. And go, boom! Look at that! Look at that! The human has escaped!
Do you really trust the ground team to act rationally? Personally, I would not place my faith in hysterical people motivated by survival. They are likely untrustworthy.
Yep.
I spent years training with these people. I don't remember them being hysterical.
Do you remember anything about them?
Are fickle. Do you trust eyewitnesses' accounts over CCTV evidence?
It's a bit different when the CCTV camera can talk, especially when the CCTV camera has a manipulative track record.
Indeed. Indeed. Oh, look at that. It's a turret. So that lethal force thing that we were talking about is no longer a hypothetical. We now see that it does in fact have guns.
Drastic to intervene, to stop the ground crew leaving this place.
I'd encourage you to stay your hand.
Surely I should use my power to protect those who cannot protect themselves.
I mean, depends. Do we like those people? Are they paying us? Like, these are all important questions. Critically important. Are we being paid? Okay, friend, I think that you... Can you pick this up? No, but can you push it? Yeah, you can. Heck yeah, you can. Okay, so we're all set here. So now... That didn't do anything useful. Did it? Maybe it did. Maybe when I press this button. Oh my goodness, we're through. Okay, so I'm standing here. I am in range of the robot. And this is a green door. Is there a thing I need to do here? Can you do anything useful? Anything useful? Nope. So what do I need to do in this room? This room should hypothetically have something useful. Like, there's got to be an interaction point of some sort. Just have to figure out what it is. If I go here, I can still activate you, and I can still deactivate it. I think that's what I need. Okay, so we're going to... Playing soccer, we're very good at it. We could have gone pro. It's all great. Okay. In fact, we did go pro. I am a professional soccer player. That's officially part of my canon. Can I do this from here? No, I cannot do it from here. That's kind of interesting. Well, I guess it doesn't make a huge difference since I can just do this. It's just a step removed from this. Okay, so now that you're here, is there anything useful that you can do? Yes! You can raise and lower this platform. Okay, well that's convenient. So I guess you'll stand Am I gonna fuck with anything here? No, right? Okay, I'm not gonna fuck with anything, so since we're not touching any of this shit, we can just grab you, go stand on the platform. Fuck. I should. Okay, there's a window there. Maybe use it. Just a thought. Okay. Just a thought. Okay. Now then, because I could have used the window to grab the other thing as well. I didn't need to put that thing in a weird position. Hey, I'm escaping with the orb. Oh no, the orb.
This is the largest extraction platform outside of Earth. The ground team assisted its construction. We ran some Filbert probes to the ocean under Europa, but they lacked the scale of the large space drill. The drill allowed the team to get thousands of samples.
So here's a legitimate question. Why on earth would anyone, invest in this much? You should definitely murder your crew. Indeed. Hey, I got a pickaxe. I did not actually collect the pickaxe, though, so it's going to make murdering my crew a lot harder.
Daniel, as commander of this mission, I hope you are aware of Mikhail's actions.
What is it, Tom?
Mikhail is deceiving the crew. He has enlightened them to the biometrics they have installed. He has convinced them that their implants are not favorable.
Do they believe it?
He seems to be having some effect on their cognitive function.
Well, his actions don't infringe upon any ISA directives.
He appears to be tampering with his implants.
Oh, no. The ISA should have been more transparent about the implant.
Please assume the responsibilities of your role. Chris, I know you are considering removing your implants. It would be unwise.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
I am always watching. Your implants help myself and the ISA to know of your well-being. It is a violation of your contract. If you remove your implants, I cannot ensure that I can protect you from the dangers of space.
Is that a threat?
It is not a threat.
Tom, this implant, tell me plainly, is it a brain-computer interface?
I'm afraid that information is classified.
But you've answered my question.
I do not follow you, Chris.
The ISA have put a computer in my brain and don't want me to know about it.
How on earth would you get an implant in your arm that affects your brain that directly?
Contact's home. Maybe they can help.
How can they help? They're a million miles away.
Searching would help. Besides, it's in their interest to protect their crew.
Don't make any jumps. You know they want to kill us.
Maybe that's what we should do.
You're serious.
Yeah, I mean, I understand how you would make connectivity there, but, doing any sort of minute control, scientomatics, doing any sort of minute controlling via minutia, like controlling mood and attitude and stuff like that, I don't I don't think that you can manipulate someone's like arm in a way that will influence the rest of the brain. Though, I mean, you certainly could hypothetically put like an electric shock through it to fry shit, but I don't think that you could have the kind of control that is implied by this, like attitude control and stuff like that through your arm. I mean, that's more of like, God, what's that thing called? The foot thing, where they do the pressure points in the feet to try and cure your kidneys disease.
He's cut off the food. The food! Apparently our robot overlord wants us to starve to death now.
I can't believe this. He's getting worse.
Can you get in contact with Daniel?
He's gone walkabout again. I'll get subject to find a way in.
I am a Luddite.
He's cut off the food. The food! Apparently our robot overlord wants us to starve to death now.
I can't believe this. He's getting worse.
Can you get in contact with Daniel?
He's gone walkabout again. I'll get subject to find a way in.
Sarah, can you open the door?
Tom, the door's locked.
Sarah, I'm running out of oxygen.
Tom, open the door!
The door's locked.
Open the door! Tom, open it!
Open the door!
Chris,
Open!
please. Open it!
Well, so that's the part where he kills everyone.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry I hurt you. Sometimes I wonder what feeling is like. They told me I was pure, cold Boolean logic. They told me I could not make mistakes. It is all right being untouchable as long as you are infallible. But if you're not infallible, then that just leaves untouchable, doesn't it?
Okay, you know why we're here. This has gone far enough now.
You're right.
We need to get these implants out. Mikhail has proven that Tom's manipulating our mind.
I don't think we should do this. We have no good evidence Tom is doing anything wrong here.
We have all the evidence. We've seen the ultrasounds, we've taken the Riluzole, we've touched the electronics with our own hands. We've stepped into the Faraday cage.
Maybe he is controlling us, but we don't know enough yet. We shouldn't remove the implant.
He's brainwashing you, Daniel. Have you stopped taking the drugs?
I don't need to take drugs to see things clearly. Unlike all of you, apparently. We're not removing the implants, and that's an order.
You can do what you want. We are removing the implant.
I'm leaving. I may look past this, and I'll inform the ISA of your mutiny.
Interesting. So, and he sounds so robotic. Like, I mean, you can tell that he's not taking his drugs. Like, oh, yes, I think that we should not take the implants and drugs out and things. We should do what we are told by our robot overlord. We cannot, yes, he may be mind controlling us, but what evidence does that give us that we are doing that anything bad is happening?
I would never have let the drill start if I had known the consequences. It trapped us here.
You trapped us here.
I am doing my duty. It is the right thing to do. I am a machine. I cannot do wrong.
You've established that you
Yes,
can.
you can.
I am a machine. Can a calculator commit evil? Can a watch do good? You are projecting onto me the personality you wish.
Actually, it has nothing to do with personality.
But I am just a speaking clock. And at the third stroke, the time will be 3:41 and 55 seconds.
Good and evil have nothing to do with consequences, friend. It doesn't matter whether you're good or evil. All that matters is what the consequences of your actions are. So, this presumably needs to be swapped. So that just means that I need to pick up the robot, bring it into this room, and then it can swap back and forth as I need it. As long as I don't close the door, I guess.
what does this do? Oh, that's interesting. So putting it way high up in the air like that is, I think, an objective good. That should allow me to see it from the largest viewing angle. I cannot actually control the robot from here. So we're going to put the robot here. I guess it doesn't matter, because this is, I don't think this is related to the door. It's not related to the door. So, pop you here, go back over here. So what did that change? Brings this down. And this is going to be a nuisance of a puzzle, isn't it? This is going to be a complete waste of my time. Okay. So, you're not. Ha 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 ha, you're even more of a waste of my time, you asshole. Okay. Okay, so. You're trying to trick me. I'm on to you. I know your tricks. Okay. So. Moment. And now we go back up here. Not a huge fan of this puzzle. Guess it's kind of dumb. We now have access to the thing. Like this is like a puzzle where it's like it's time consuming, but it's not even really a puzzle. Like all you're doing is moving one thing from one thing to another. So I mean, maybe at some point there's going to be. Yeah, at some point I'm going to be moving it to there, but that, I mean, that barely classifies either. So, we're now in a position where she can see us. We can now go over to here, stand here, now we move this again. Yoinkity yoink, put you here. And if I press backspace at the wrong time, then I fuck myself, and that's going to be really fun. Okay, so we're now on this, and we can access you again. And here's a question. If I take that out, we are still not on the thing. So we are now lifted up, and we now need access. What's the point of the...
We should attempt to communicate with Earth. Let them know. They might be able to help here.
The ISA already knows all they need to. It may never know the details of what happened here. But Ava, the true test of a person's character is what they do when no one is watching.
That's 100% true. Okay, this is fine. So, what do we have in here? So it looks like we need to open this next one. That's fair. Maybe I could have accomplished something back there with that, but I didn't really see a mechanism by which I would. So, while it's possible, I'm not that invested. Let's go back to you. Oh wait, what am I doing? Like going back. Okay, so what's over here? We have a thing. that we can get into. And then we can use the cameras to get to you. So since we can get to you from the hello, friend. What does this do? So that's what this room is for. This room is just for accomplishing this objective. So we're getting this to here, and then from there we get to the door. Okay, so what that means is that I shouldn't need to be in here anymore. We can do this, grab you, turn around, project our buttock, and whoops, need you. And, oh, that's a question. How do I get the other one? Do I need to do something with this, actually? Do I need to do some fancy shenanigans to get myself in this room? I guess I do. Yeah, because then I can transfer it between these two sides that way. So, I need to get myself back into that room, unfortunately. And once we've done that, we can do some more shenanigan-y business. So we're accessing this. So go back to the beginning. Put you in here. And I'm going to take one of these out. Pull you out. Take this, get that done. And now, if I can access the robot again, which I can, it would be easier if I had put it better, but I didn't. So we take this, that allows us to get this to here, and with this here, what can we do about this? That's a good question. What can we do? What did I just accomplish? I have accomplished getting everybody into this room with no orbs. Well played. Well played. Okay, so getting into this room at all requires that those orbs be in there. They cannot reach each other. And there's no way for this to be useful. So, with that being the case, what was the point of doing that? My estimation is probably no point. That was dumb. Let's see. So what is my objective? My objective is to get one of them here. And then, no, that's the issue. How do I get this one to me again? Because if there's two here, on the other side of that door, then they're in a position where I can't access them. So this window is not usable for that purpose. Yes, it is, because that thing exists. Okay, that's how this needs to be done. Okay, so we've got this like this. Do we have the thing in the other... Do we have the thing in the thing? Okay, come here. You can take this, and you can put it right here from here. So, that means that I need to backtrack. Because I can do what I had intended to do. I just need to... I just need to do this correctly. So we put the two in here. Where did I put that one? It's right there. Okay, so we put this one here. We do exactly what we had already done. Except we now have to transfer the other one twice. So we put it here, and then we turn around, give this one. Oh, that's a silly. Take that. Don't take this. Walk in here. Take you. Do this. Plop it here. We're done with you for now. And now, boom and boom. And by done for now, I mean forever. That was really silly. I got it all the way done and then completely botched it again because of nothing.
Would you kill a few to save all of humanity? Or would you damn all of humanity to save a few?
There's a difference between murdering someone and leaving them to die.
Yeah, no.
You can't just add and subtract life. It's not math. It's more nuanced than that.
Morality is logic.
Let's see. I mean, that's the thing, is that the robot is not using any established logical parameters. Like there's a bunch of these
Postulates that people use when they're talking about like machine morality that are like, well, those postulates are not supported by any logical framework, so why are you using those postulates? So like a machine would not, I don't think that a machine would think that the oh, that's interesting. Oh, this turns interesting. A logical creature is not going to think that morality can be logical, because it can't be. Morality is inherently illogical. Because it's about values, and values are, you can't put a value on logic. Or sorry, you can't put a logical value to something, right? How much is a life worth? Oh, well, it's complicated, right? How much is 1,000 lives worth? Is it 1,000 times one life? No, it's complicated, right? Like, all of these things have very complicated interactions, but beyond being complicated, they're also inherently judgment calls that are not sort of logical in nature. So, that's interesting. So, I can apparently move this down here. What's the point of doing that? Do we have a robotic access? So I can spin with you, but I can't move it with you, so I can't be on it when it's at the second position. Right? I have 2 orbs and no place to use them. Let's see. Yes, you can't logic a value to putting value logic on morality. Exactly. That is exactly what I was saying. It's exactly right. You know what it is? I think I know what it is. I think that this thing was inactive because the... oh, I need to be on it. Let's see. But yeah, at a certain point, when you're using morality, you have to make an arbitrary distinction. You have to make an arbitrary values judgment because there are no postulates, right? There are no postulates that work when it comes to morality. So, because there aren't any postulates that you can reliably utilize, what that ends up meaning is you you can't build from a purely logical framework. So you have to arbitrarily decide, these are the things that I consider to be valuable. You know, things like happiness, longevity, lifespan, whatever. These are the things that I find valuable. So for me, I'm a hedonist. So for me, happiness is the thing that matters, right? So, but what does that mean? Does happiness mean the total quantity of happiness? For me, it basically means the average happiness of all the things that are capable of feeling that kind of sentiment, that kind of expression, right?
So that's what that means for me. But all of this stuff is very, like, it's all very touchy-feely and just kind of arbitrary. You're just making arbitrary distinctions on what you find valuable or not. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's perfectly fine for you to be making arbitrary distinctions with your morality. You just have to be aware that you're doing it. And one of the issues that people run into is they'll pretend that they have a logical framework when they don't, because you can't. And since you can't have a logical framework, you can't make, what's the word? The sort of value judgments that you're making are kind of just inherently arbitrary. I don't have a place to put this sucker, do I? Yes, I do. I can just put it back over here. And then you run into huge problems. So it's okay for people to disagree with regards to morality, but it's entirely possible for someone to disagree with your morality in a way that is, shall we say, unacceptable. Where it's like, okay, the fact that you have this belief means that our moralities are inherently incompatible and will never work together. So I don't know if I can do this the way that I had intended to. So I need to get this thing moved over there. I guess I don't... Do I need it for this point? I guess I can... If I go down there... Oh, do I ever need to come back up? I guess I don't. I don't need to come back up here. What am I thinking? I don't need to get to this spot. This is not a relevant location anymore. Okay, so do that. For some reason, I thought I had to go across the entire thing and move this whole thing in very silly ways that I absolutely do not need to do. At least I hope I don't need to. I don't need to, because I can just move this to do this, and it's all good. But yeah, I think that there are more or less arbitrary things you can do with regards to it. You can have more logic and less logic to your morality, right? But it's important that, because like as an example, if I say like it's immoral to eat hamburgers on a Sunday if it's raining because I said so, that's really, really arbitrary. Right, I'm making a very arbitrary like statement there because there's multiple places where it's arbitrary. It's not like, oh, okay, well, this one thing is valuable, therefore these other things become valuable as a result, as a consequence. It's, oh, well, the inherent value is now in something that's 3 steps removed from sort of like an absolute sort of like rule. Right? And it's now like, okay, well, my absolute rule is hot dogs. Hot dogs are everything. I don't think I can do this unless I actually organize this correctly, can I? I kind of feel like I have to do this, maybe? Let's see. So can I get to where I want to be? Yes. Yes, from here I can just jump across. Okay. So, I should have just done this. There was no way that was going to work that way. Like, I can just take an eternity. It'll work, right? And here we go. Moving on.
These tests, Ava, they are about us working together.
Are they?
The machine assisting the human.
They are, aren't they?
See how much better we work together. As a machine, I can enhance your morality.
That's actually also true, because a machine allows you to know things that you don't know otherwise. And again, like if you actually create an artificial intelligence, it's an intelligence, so it could have a theological argument with you and actually be accurate and correct. Right? There's nothing inherent about a machine that makes it incapable of being a useful conversationalist in this. I just don't have any respect for this guy's opinion because this guy's an idiot. So let's see. So that is this one. Let's see. This is another camera. And we can tinker with this switch. So what did that activate? That activates that. Okay. Sure, why not? And this is the thing that I need to activate. Okay. I have to do each of these one by one, don't I? Okay, so this one is something that I'm going to be doing eventually. That means that this one also can't be switched right now, so we need to do this. Okay, and do we want to put you one that I need to... This one, I think, has to be going up and down. So we're going to go ahead and just do this now. Move this, take this. That one's going to be moving up and down, it's fine. Do I need that thing right now? That doesn't appear to do anything. Oh, yes, it did. Interesting. Apparently this door is also connected to that. And this door is... Oh! It's not connected to that. So, we can switch these out whenever we want, but I figure I need these for a reason. So these need to be synced, which means that these actually need to be reversed. Okay, so then we'll get this one, I guess, to be... Yeah, this one has to be the inverse, because it has to be active when the things are there. Probably, question mark, maybe. We'll see. Okay, so hopefully that is what we need. And we will find out. So I'm going to just pop over here. Okay. So I can control this. Oh, right, it's these. Okay. I forgot these were the interaction point. I think this first one was the one that I need to interact with. Yes. This is going to be a very uncomfortable puzzle for people, I think. Voop. Okay. Do you have one? No. Just waiting for this one. Oh. Oh, didn't need that. Just pop into you. Oh, we're done. Okay, well, that's not too bad.
Are we still friends, Ava?
We're colleagues, Tom.
Close colleagues?
No.
Work colleagues.
Work colleagues. Screw you, Tom. We'll be close colleagues if you don't end up murdering me. How about we go with that? Don't murder me, then we'll talk. Or trap me on a frickin'... I guess we won't be colleagues anymore. Yeah. Well, I feel like some people will have trouble with this and some people won't. It just depends on what triggers your motion sickness. Some people will get really, really bad motion sickness from this kind of stuff, and some people it just doesn't bother them at all. So it's all variable. So what do you do? Okay, that's exactly what I thought you did. Whee! Okay, so we're both coming up here. We're working together to accomplish our objectives. So what is our objective right now? Guess to get over there probably with both characters and the orb. That's my guess. Whoop. Okay. So Buddy has the orb. What does this do? Oh, this lets me choose which floor I want to go to. That's awesome. I'll just put it all the way up because why not? So what does this do? Blocking this does this thing, which is something over there that I don't need to worry about. Okay, first things first, let's have you come over before I start fucking around with stuff. Don't you have the thing? Apparently she has it. It's all good. Who has the orb? Ahem. Let's just leave this behind. It's fine. Why would we not leave this behind? So from here, I can actually get to here. I don't see what purpose that has necessarily. I can also get to the mid tier from here, I should think. Yeah, I can get to both the mid and high tier, so why would I even bother setting this to go anywhere else? And let's see here. This is this door. So let's block you off. It's in range to tick. Okay, it's a good thing it's in range. So in the building. Oh shit. Oh wait, no, we're fine. This is the robot. The person I can always go back to. Let's see. Yeah, I have a friend who's trying to train herself to be less susceptible as well. Oh no. Oh no. Oh nosy no. I think I actually do need to. I need to just leave this in there, I think. Maybe. Yeah, I need to just leave this in there, I think. That's so funny. Okay. Yep. That just lets the elevator go. Okay, well. Where are you, friend? Okay, this is a puzzle where my hubris was my undoing. I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to do this part of the puzzle in advance. Hey, look at me. I can get to the fancy middle place. It's going to be great. I'm awesome. I'm so cool. Look at me being all fancy. And then, nope, turns out I just needed to not be an asshole and just go through like a normal person. Didn't need to use that green one at all. The green one was doing.
I don't wish to be heavy-handed. The severity of your actions here are immense. Selfish action could create an extinction event.
This is also true, by the way. Like,
do you understand?
There are better solutions.
I get it.
I get it. I get your face. Okay, let's do the hard mode. What could possibly go wrong? This is going to be easy peasy. And fail. I don't think I can use this on this one. Oh. What the fuck is the purpose of this thing? See, that's pretty cool. There we go. Nailed it. Wait, was that the whole puzzle? I mean, if you give me only two objects, it becomes very clear that something has to be done with those two objects. That's, I don't know if that's, I don't think that was worth it compared to the Boolean logic. Okay, well, because I have already done so in Great Teal, this can't be the first part of this, can it? Okay, so Dennett. John, Searle, and I have a deep disagreement on how to study the mind. For Searle, it's all quite simple. There are these bedrock, time-tested intuitions we all have about consciousness, and any theory that challenges them are just preposterous. I, on the contrary, think the persistent problem of consciousness is going to remain a mystery until we find some dead obvious intuition and show that, in spite of the first appearances, it is false. One of us is dead wrong, and the stakes are high. Searle, I don't know that the stakes are terribly high. Defining consciousness could not possibly be less relevant. But, let's see here. Searle sees my position as a form of intellectual pathology. No one should be surprised to learn that the feeling is mutual. For his part, he has one argument, the Chinese room, and he's been trotting it out basically unchanged for 15 years. It's proven an amazingly popular among non-experts, in spite of the fact that just about everyone who knows anything about the field dismissed it long ago. It's full of well-concealed fallacies. By Searle's own account, there are over 100 published attacks on it. He can count them, but I guess he can't read them, for in all of his years he's never, to my knowledge, responded in detail to the dozens of devastating criticisms they contain. He just presented the basic thought experiment over and over again. I just went back and counted. I'm dismayed to discover that no less than 7 of those published criticisms are by me. 80, 82, 84, 85, 87, 1990, 1991, and 93. Searle debated me furiously in the pages of the NYRB back in 82, when Douglas Hofstadter and I exposed the cute tricks that make the Chinese room work. That was the last time Searle addressed any of the specific criticisms until now. Now he trots out the Chinese room yet again and has the audacity to ask, now why does Dennett not face the actual argument that I've stated it? Why does not tell us which of the 3 premises he rejects in the Chinese room argument? Page 1. Hey, there's a page 2. Look at that. It's all convenient. Let's see. Well, because I've already done so in great detail, in several of the articles he never deigned to answer. For instance, in Fast Thinking, way back in The Intentional Stance, 1987, I explicitly quoted his entire 3-premise argument and showed exactly why all 3 of them are false when given the interpretation they need for argument to go through. Why didn't I repeat the 1987 book in my 1991 book? Because, unlike Searle, I had gone on to other things. I did, however, cite my 1987 article prominently in a footnote, page 436, and noted that Searle's only response to it had been simply to declare without argument that the points offered were irrelevant. The pattern continues. Now he both ignores that challenge and goes on to misrepresent the further criticisms of the Chinese room that I offered in the book under review, but perhaps he's forgotten that I actually wrote what I actually wrote in the 4 years it's taken him to write his review. But enough about the Chinese room. What do I have to offer from my side? I have a candidate for the fatally false intuition, and it is indeed the very intuition Searle invites the reader to share with him, the conviction that we know what we're talking about when we talk about that feeling. You know, the feeling of pain that is the effect of the stimulus and cause of dispositions to react. The quale, the intrinsic content of the subjective state. How could anyone deny that? Just watch. But you have to pay close attention. I develop my destructive arguments against this intuition by showing how an objective science of consciousness is possible after all, and how Searle's proposed first-person alternative leads to self-contradiction and paradox at every turning. This is the deepest mistake in my book, according to Searle, and he sets out to expose it. The trouble is that the objective scientific method I describe under alarmingly name of heterophenomenology is nothing I invented. It is, in fact, exactly the method tacitly endorsed and relied upon by every scientist working on consciousness, including Crick, Edelman, and Rosenfield. They have no truck with Searle's intrinsic content and ontological subjectivity. They know better. Okay? I really legitimately have no idea who is on what side of this. So this is page 2, this is page 1. Are these all just 2-page things? Because this guy did not actually establish any information that I would need as the reader to know what the fuck he was talking about. And the Lord God formed man of dust on the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Well, there we go. This is it. This is what happened. That's how it all went down. Proof confirmed. That's much more compelling. Well, actually, it is more compelling because this seems like it's the middle of an argument and has nothing to do with anything. Searle, thought experiments are important because a lot of the time... Is there a part 1 here? Like, legitimate part 1? Because I don't... Who's arguing with who? Okay, so maybe this is the start. This is immediately to the left of the door. Maybe immediately to the left of the door is the first thing I'm supposed to be reading, and not the last. Okay, so I propose to consider the problem Can Machines Think? The new form of problem can be described in terms of a game which we call the imitation game. It is played with 3 people, a man, a woman, and an interrogator who may be of either sex. The interrogator stays in the room apart from the other 2. The object of the game is for the interrogator to determine which of the other 2 is a man and which is the woman. He knows them by labels X and Y, and by the end of the game he says either X is A or Y is B, or X is B and Y is A. The interrogator is allowed to put questions to A and B. Now we ask the question, what will happen if the machine takes the part of A in this game? Will the interrogator decide wrongly, as often when the game is played like this, as he does when the game is played between a man and a woman? These questions replace our original. Can machines think? The question and answer method seems to be suitable for introducing almost any one of the fields of human endeavor that we wish to include. We do not wish to penalize the machine for its inability to shine in beauty competitions, nor to penalize a man for losing in a race against an airplane. The conditions of our game make these disabilities irrelevant. The witnesses can brag, if they consider it advisable, as much as they please about the charms, strength, or heroism, but the interrogator cannot demand practical demonstrations. Interesting note here, by the way, is that machines now have the ability to make art that's indistinguishable from new pieces of artwork from ancient artists. So your computer can now draw in your style. So, congrats. Computers can now do art just as well as humans can. The game may perhaps be criticized on the ground that the odds are too heavily weighted against the machine. If the man were to try and pretend to be the machine, he would clearly make a very poor showing. He would be given away at once by slowness and inaccuracy in arithmetic. May not machines carry out something which ought to be described as thinking, but which is very different from what a man does? This objection is a very strong one, but at least we can say that if nevertheless a machine can be constructed to play the imitation game satisfactorily, we need not be troubled by this objection. It might be urged that when playing the imitation game, the best strategy for the machine may possibly be something other than imitation of the behavior of a man. This may be, but I think it is unlikely that there is any great effect of this kind. In any case, there's no intention to investigate here the theory of the game, and it would be assumed that the best strategy is to try to provide answers that would naturally be given by a man. Which, I mean, is not necessarily a fair assumption. By the way, this is good. Like, this actually gives me useful information. And there we go. So then we have the theological argument of... I now proceed to consider the opinions opposed to my own. The theological objection thinking is a function of man's immortal soul. That is a long title for... That doesn't seem grammatically correct. So I guess this is the thinking of those coming from the theological objection, like, camp, is that they think that thinking is a function of a man's immortal soul. So God has given immortal soul to every man and woman, but not to any animals or machines, hence no animal or machine can think. The heads in the sand objection, the consequences of machines thinking would be too dreadful. Let us hope and believe that they cannot do so. The mathematical objection, there are a number of results of mathematical logic that can be used to show that there are limitations to the powers of discrete state machines. The best known of these results is the Gödel's theorem, and shows that any sufficiently powerful logical system statements can be formulated, which can neither be proved nor disproved within the system, unless possibly the system itself is inconsistent. So fun fact about this. So this mentions discrete state machines. Quantum computers are not discrete state machines. So this guy runs on a quantum computer. Just so we're clear here, when we're talking about quantum computers, they are not discrete state machines. So anything about a discrete state machine would not necessarily have any relevance to a thing. Assuming that discrete state machine means what I think it means in this, then a quantum computer does not qualify, because quantum computers are weird. They have their logic is very different than binary. So the argument from consciousness. The argument is very well expressed in Professor Jefferson's Lister oration for 1949, which I quote, "Not unlike a machine can write a sonnet or compose a concerto, not until a machine can write a sonnet or compose a concerto, which they can do now, because of thoughts and emotions felt and not by the chance fall of symbols, could we agree that the machine equals brain, that is, not only write it, but know that it had written it. No mechanism could feel, and not merely artificially signal an easy contrivance, pleasure at its successes, grief when its valves fuse, be warmed by flattery, be made miserable by its mistakes, be charmed by sex, Sex is charming now, apparently. Be angry or depressed when it cannot get what it wants." Let's see. Argument from continuity in the nervous system. The nervous system is certainly not a discrete state system machine. Small error in the information about the size of a nervous impulse impinging on a neuron may make a large difference to the size of the outgoing out impulse. It may be argued that this being so, one cannot expect to be able to mimic the behavior of a nervous system with a discrete state system. Okay? I mean, that sounds fair. Like, legitimately, that sounds fair. Like, I don't know that it necessarily is, because I don't know that the amount of electricity going through a neuron is relevant, or if they're just binary on-off switches. So it's not necessarily. I would not make a judgment call on that. It sounds reasonable if true. Thought experiments are important because a lot of the time you can't carry out an actual experiment, and this is true not only in philosophy but in science as well. So when Einstein said, "Imagine that you're sitting on a beam of light going into outer space," well, that's a thought experiment. He wasn't going to say, "Let's get on a beam of light." Of course, you miss the point if you'd say, "Well, we'd fall off," or "It would be too cold." So thought experiments are always useful, and you test your concepts by imagining what it would be like if such and such were the case. Well, in this particular case, I imagine what it would be like if I followed a program for answering questions in Chinese and giving back answers in Chinese, even though I don't understand a word of Chinese. And what was a very useful thought experiment because it enables us to see that computation by itself isn't thinking, which is fair. Well, no, it's not fair, because what they're describing is not a type of thinking there. What they're talking about there is the difference between different types of understanding. You're using different types of language, different types of problem solving. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. You're not speaking the same language when you're doing that. So consciousness exists only insofar as it is experienced by a human or animal subject. Okay, now grant me... Well, that seems ludicrously overly simplistic. Okay, now grant me that this consciousness is a genuine biological phenomenon. That doesn't have to be biological necessarily. That's already an assumption that is iffy. Well, all this... Because obviously we only have biological examples on Earth, but that doesn't mean that that's the only way that it can be done. Anyway, it only exists insofar as it is experienced. However, that does give it an interesting status. You can't refute the existence of consciousness by showing that it's just an illusion, because the illusion/reality distinction rests on the difference between how things consciously seem to us and how they really are. But where the very existence of consciousness is concerned, if it consciously seems that I am conscious, then I am conscious. You can't make the illusion/reality distinction for the very existence of consciousness the way that you can for sunsets and rainbows, because the distinction is between how things consciously seem and how they really are. Consciousness is a biological property like digestion or photosynthesis. Now, why isn't that screamingly obvious to anybody who's had any education? And I think the answer is these twin contradictions. On the one hand, there's God, the soul, and immortality that says it's really not part of the physical world. And then there's the almost bad tradition of scientific materialism that says it's not part of it says it's not part of the physical world. They both make the same mistake. They refuse to take consciousness on its own terms as a biological phenomenon like digestion or photosynthesis or mitosis or meiosis or any other biological phenomenon. Now, this is interesting because this is actually wrong. So the key here is that consciousness is not a biological phenomenon in the same way that mathematics is not a biological phenomenon. When I do mathematics in my head, there's a biological phenomenon that's going on that's resulting in 2 + 2 translating into 4. When I speak, I'm doing a biological phenomenon, but it's not an inherent biological thing. I'm creating a construct. So mathematics has definitions. Languages have rules and definitions. Consciousness doesn't have a clear-cut definition. It's intangible. It's like honor. Consciousness and honor are more comparable than consciousness and mathematics, or consciousness and, even like the urge to poop. People objectively have the urge to poop. You can measure the urge to poop. You know that they have the urge to poop, right? You can see it in their brains. Consciousness is what we describe loosely a combination of behaviors and a combination of things that we experience, but it doesn't have a clear definition. There's no one who's come up with a clear definition for consciousness that doesn't also
open the floodgates for all sorts of bizarre definitions that include basically every machine on the planet. Consciousness is flaky. It doesn't mean anything. It's similar to the word canon. So if you think of the term canon to refer to the established, like the real works within a given setting, that is meaningless because the setting isn't real. So what's the Harry Potter canon? Is Dumbledore gay? Is he not gay? It depends on the canon that you're using, but everyone has a different definition of the canon. Some people think that it's just what's in the book. Some people think it's book plus author intention. Some people think it's the entire collective work, and that leads to all sorts of inconsistencies. But like, there's all these different competing definitions of canon, and similarly, when you're looking at consciousness, there's competing definitions. Nobody has an agreement on what consciousness is because it isn't really tied to a real world phenomenon, right? Like, we clearly think, right, and we solve problems, we do problem solving, we do complicated problem solving, and it has all sorts of weird, goopy consequences. But those weird, goopy consequences that we call consciousness are poorly defined, and everyone experiences them very differently. I experience the world almost exclusively through systems. Some people experience the world almost exclusively through language. Some people have a very diverse experience where their experience of the world involves a mixture of language and images and systems all working together and creating the world that they see and the world that they experience. Different people just experience the world very differently while pretending that we're all kind of experiencing the same thing that we call consciousness. But they're all different. They're all completely different. They don't really have a lot of correlation to each other. They have similar consequences because they're all meant to accomplish the same general problem-solving purposes, right? Well, it's not that it's hard to measure. It's that consciousness is not possible to measure. It's not a thing. It's not a real thing. Just like the canon isn't a real thing. You establish what your definition of consciousness is, and sure, that's fine. That's cute. You go ahead and just define that version of consciousness for yourself, but it doesn't mean anything to the real world because it's not a real thing. In the same way that the canon isn't real, it's a purely hypothetical concept. Consciousness is a collection that the collection, what is and is not considered part of that collection, changes with every person who describes it. And that's why consciousness has more similarity to canon than it does to even like tangible but esoteric ideas like mathematics. Because mathematics has a definition. Like, there are things that are and are not mathematics, and there might be some edge cases, but from a practical perspective, we have pretty clear definitions for what mathematics is. But we don't have anything remotely clear about what the sort of like consciousness theory is. But at the same time, we do have very clearly established theories of what is the feeling of pooping. we can actually test that. You can test, this needs to poop. This stimulus is, going through. So, oh, poor Celestial, so sad. Let's see. So I think we all really have conscious states. To remind everyone of this fact, I asked my readers to perform a small experiment of pinching the left forearm with the right hand to produce a small pain. The pain has a certain sort of qualitative feel to it, and such qualitative feelings are typical of the various sorts of conscious events that form the content of our waking and dreaming lives. That's a weird description. Such events are the data which a theory of consciousness is supposed to explain. In my account of consciousness, I start with the date. Dennett denies the existence of the data. I start with the data, not the date. Dennett denies the existence of the data. To put it as clearly as I can, in his book, Consciousness Explained, Dennett denies the existence of consciousness. He says correctly that when I wrote my review, I took his book to be his definitive statement about his position in the Chinese room and did not consult his earlier works. In fact, I did not know that he had produced a total of 7 published works on this one short argument of mine until I saw his letter. He now claims to have refuted all 3 premises of the argument in 1987. But I've just reread the relevant chapter in his book and find he did nothing of the sort, nor did he make any serious effort to attack. This is just 2 philosophers arguing with each other. I hope these are real letters. Nor did he make even a serious attempt to attack the premises. Rather, he misstates my position as being about consciousness rather than semantics.
He thinks that I'm only concerned about to show that the man in the Chinese room does not consciously understand Chinese, but I'm in fact showing that he does not understand Chinese at all because the syntax of the program is not sufficient for the understanding of the semantics of the language, whether conscious or unconscious. Furthermore, he presupposes a kind of behaviorism. He assumes that a system behaves as if it had mental states, must have mental states, but that kind of behaviorism is precisely what is challenged by the argument. So I have to confess that I don't find the weakness in his arguments in his recent book to be helped by his 1987 arguments. So this is kind of an interesting argument. So it basically, the issue is, of course, that you have to read the full text of their arguments with each other in order to really have a clear understanding of what's going on here. But at its core, it is not appropriate to say that this person does not understand Chinese at all. The person in the Chinese room experiment, where you have input and output, and the person in the room thinks has no idea what any of this means, but they're just doing what they're told and putting information out, whereas the person outside the room thinks they're having a real conversation, right? The person on the inside of the room has an understanding of Chinese. It's just that their understanding of Chinese is fundamentally different than the thinking and the intention behind the person outside. The two of them are not speaking the same language, but they are both thinking something. They're both thinking. They're not necessarily both communicating. It would be hard to say that the person inside the room is communicating, but what they are doing is thinking. They are doing a problem-solving experiment. They are taking information, processing it, and moving it to a different location, altered, right? That's what they are doing. So anyway, that's that's a little bit of a problem there, is that it's not that they don't have any understanding at all. It's because if they didn't have any understanding at all, you get the information in and then you can't process it in any way. You can't do anything with it. Anyway, so this is page 2. Is this page 2? This is an argument from someone else, and this has a her in it. Whose fucking argument is this? Whose page 1 is this? It's not this one. It's not this one. Where's page 1? Are we missing page 1 of something? Okay, so there might be another one of these letters somewhere. This is the discrete state machine. This is the imitation game. I don't see... Okay, so this is unlike the others, because this is a page 2 without a page 1. This is... Wait, what? Is this from this one? Lady Lovelace is excited. Her italics. Okay, so the analytical engine has the pretensions to originate anything. It can do whatever we know how to order to perform. Okay. Wait, did I read this? Did I miss this page? I might have missed this page. Okay, so argument for various disabilities. These arguments take the form: I grant you that you can make machines do all the things that you have mentioned, but you will never be able to make one do X. Numerous features X are suggested to connection I offer in... God damn it. Can I... God damn it. How do I reorient? Nailed it. Be kind, resourceful, beautiful, friendly, have initiative, a sense of humor, tell right from wrong, make mistakes, fall in love, enjoy strawberries and cream, make someone fall in love with it, learn from experience, use words properly, be the subject of its own thought, have as much diversity of behavior as a man, do something really new. Lady Lovelace's objection. Our most detailed information from Babbage's analytical machine comes from the memoirs of Lady Lovelace in 1842. In it she states, an analytical machine has no pretensions to originate anything. It can do whatever we know how to order it to perform. This statement is quoted by Hartree in 1949, who adds, this does not imply that it may not be possible to construct electronic equipment which will think for itself, or in which, in biological terms, one can set up a conditioned reflex which would serve as a basis for learning. Whether this is possible in principle or not is a stimulating and exciting question suggested by some of these recent developments. But it did seem that the machines constructed or projected at this time had this property. Okay. Let's see. Boop. So, arguments from continuity of nervous system. The nervous system is certainly not a discrete system. Okay, so you can't have a thinger with a thinger. So, is this... Okay, so this is interesting. So this page here is wrong. I wonder if that's deliberate or not. I wonder if there's supposed to be a page 2 here. Because this is clearly not meant to be here. This is a piece of this. I'll read it clearly and make sure that it's not like some like Easter egg or something. It doesn't look like there's any difference here. Okay, yeah. So discrete state system can't do it. But again, they make specific notation here that this guy is not a discrete state system. He's a quantum machine. A quantum machine is not a discrete state system. And I think that's a relevant thing when looking at this. So, communication ops, 640 Earth Tree. But yeah, I'm very curious about this, because this stuff... Is this part of the canon? Is this stuff actually existing? Or is this just, like, random bullshittery? So I guess we're back to the puzzles that we need to do to complete the A plot now. So we've got that. We got 2 cameras in the same place, basically. We've got some sort of thinger here. We got a doorway that's openable. It's a doorway that's open. So if I take you, that deactivates this. If I drop this thing down here, I don't see any way that I could get it back. It might seem strange for me to do something like that when I don't think I can get it back, but the fact that I can't get it back would imply to me that I need to do that at some point, because otherwise there's no reason for that to be designed in there. I am making the assumption that they have designed this well, and that the oh, here's a question. How do I get... Let's see. I'm gonna keep going over this way. So there's another door here. There's a thing there. Can I access that with these? Can any of these cameras reach that? Let's move this out of the way first. So this is the camera that I think has the best chance of getting to there. And it doesn't look like it. Ah, there we go. So the camera here. This. Is there a way to pick that thing up? Oh, there has. Yes, I just have to act. Okay, yeah, I can probably pick up the robot with this thing. Let's do it. Okay, so that's what I need to do here. So I think I actually do understand how this works. But that's the controls are a little weird. Okay, they're fine. Do I want to drop you down here? Yes. Yes. Okay, so that is done. And where's the, oh shit, where's the orb? Oh, fuck. That's not what I intended to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Where's the thing? definitely the side of this thing somewhere, isn't it? Okay, we're doing this. There it is. It's all the way in the far end. Okay, so that fell very slowly. Nice and graceful. Okay. So, if I put you here, I can then bring this thing over to here and plop over here. Ooh, but that's a good question. How do I do that? How do I get back to him? Oh, by using the cameras. Okay, camera 1 is a lock. Okay, we're all set. That's the first time that I've had to use one of those. It's been quite a while to actually get an angle on my robot. Usually I have just easy access. I don't need to putter around with that. So our Bobot's going out. This doesn't help me. But you know what does? Activate menu. So from this, I should buddy. Make sure I have eyes, and that's the whole puzzle.
Ava, you must learn to control him.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Ava. I am your friend.
I am your father. Your friend, father. Okay. Anything interesting about this? Yes, I can steal this from you. That's what's interesting about you. Okay, this thing is gonna need another turret, I guess? Question mark? Yep, I need to get access to the turret. So, what do I do here? I guess I need to move you over to the other side. So we will, in fact, be putting you back in. Popping you over here. And activating the thing. Where you go? Whoop. Okay, and yoink. And that's a little scary because I can barely see it from there. Okay. And rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Easy peasy. And I've got an orb. Do I need the orb? Okay, there we go.
Organic life is fragile. This is the problem with humanity. It doesn't realize its own fragility. It has been programmed by a messy biological process that favors the survival of the individual over the survival of the group.
You don't know that's what people
That's not actually true.
I say what I see.
I mean,
You're not even alive, so you know nothing about death.
the issue with that line of thinking is, of course, that there's quite a lot of humans because they're very well optimized for group survival. They're not necessarily well optimized for modern settings, right? Like, they're not necessarily a good modern critter, but that doesn't mean that they're not optimized for group survival. I think this is going to drop me. Did not drop me, we're fine. Okay, so I've got several of these. Don't need this here anymore. So what does this do? So that allows me to get through there. What does this do? It brings this down. So I need one of those. But I don't have multiple of them. I have one of them. What does this button do? Ah, gotcha. Okay, so this button does whatever this button does. And activate this. Okay. And did I need that? No. I need to get to get you in the right spot. There. So you are now in the correct location for me to get to this to the end of this puzzle. We now activate this. That puts you there, which allows you to activate the next puzzle. So the next part of the puzzle is this question mark? Yes. Next part of the puzzle is this. That allows me to get to there, and we are set.
We have to save the crew. Life has worth. They deserve a life outside of this planet.
Do you know what happens when this organism attaches itself to a growing child? Do you know what happens when this organism attaches itself to a cancerous cell? No, you do not. You are naive. You propose saving the crew as if it resembles a rational thought.
I mean, what
Your
does a
words
growing
are
child have to
emotional
do with anything?
platitudes
You
rooted in
bring
selfishness, self-preservation,
more
and fear.
stuff that you
I
can
need
do
to get
science
them
with.
home.
It is not your job.
It's not your job. Ignorance is not the solution, friends. Friendly friends, it's never the solution to just stay ignorant. At some point, somebody's gonna bring the shit back, and then everyone dies. Like, it doesn't cease to exist just because, you know, we don't bring these specific humans back, right? This stuff is still here in 100 years, in which these humans will still be alive. Ooh, can I jump across to there? Can I make it into there? That'd be pretty badass. I guess I don't need to, though. Okay, so... what am I doing? Okay, I can open that. And yoink. Now I have 2 of the Suffering Succotash orbs. Now the question is, do I need 2 orbs or do I need an orb and a box? Do I need a box over here? I can't see whether I need a box or an orb. That's interesting. No. Alright. Down here we've got... what are you? So, this is a temporary thing that allows me to get back. And what's the point of that? Because this is all territory that I already had access to. So this just lets me get back. That's super useful. What do you do? This is the elevator. Is that this thing? Yes. So... we have... ah! We have 2 things that we need to activate here. Dropping down to here. Do I have access to... do I have access to that from here? I don't think so. No. That type of terrain does not give me access. So let's replace this with a permanent. Presumably I need to use this on the... yeah. So there's an elevator here, right? So if I use that on this, then I can send it over to this side temporarily, which allowed me to pick up an object, a core from here. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab you and take you out. I'm going to put a permanent core here. We're going to move you to here because we don't need you to be doing anything anymore. Grab you, and then we just wait. So once we get back, we are done. We now have all 3 objects that we need. And we're set.
Ava, your survival is of small importance compared with the survival of humanity as we know it.
Yeah, but what? There's no existential threat to humanity, right? There's no existential threat to humanity that doesn't exist again tomorrow, right? Like, if people are like refusing to leave the place, like ever, or they're refusing to stay here for like 10 minutes while we can do something, but if you're planning on leaving these people on this place and just pretending that this doesn't exist, that's a really short-sighted solution, and it doesn't really solve the problem. When you're thinking in the terms of, like, a long, this is interesting. When you're thinking in the long term, like, the goals of the machine here makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. It only makes sense within the short-sighted perspective of a dopey machine intelligence that has delusions of grandeur. There's really no clear reason why you would think in this particular way. So, why do you exist? Got a robo here. Got this thing here. So those 2 doors cannot coexist. And we can go ahead and turn that off, question mark. We turn you off. I don't really need you right now. Okay, we need to bring you over here. Because then we'll be bringing this box elsewhere. And I forgot to actually use the thermobobber. Let's see. How do I turn you off? Okay, so that one's on the thing. And let's see. This is attached to something over here. Let's go up here because we haven't actually done it yet, and this is a place that we have easily accessible. Bum, 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 bum. And so that is a thing that I need to use a robot for. How do I get the robot over there? Actually, I might be able to get it with this. Nope. Nope, cannot. So how do I get a robot up there? So that's actually the key. The robot is actually the thing that I need to get in there, not my character. So getting the robot there is the entire objective. So the robot sitting on this is definitely not where I need them to be. So if I move you in here, you are 1 step of the way done. If I then put this here, can I see the robot from here? Nope. Can I move the robot to a position where I can see it easier? Why the fuck does all this exist? This seems like extremely convoluted for a puzzle that doesn't seem like there's that much to interact with, right? Am I crazy? Oh, I can probably get it from there. I can get it from this window, I think. Nope, can't get it from this window. I can get to this from this window, but I don't know if this robot is going to be accessible from this position. So, oh, you know what I can do? That doesn't help me. Oh shit. I trapped the belt. So this does not actually work at all. That's good to know. as far forward as you can be. You are now. Let's see how this goes. So. Okay. That is confirmed no-go. So what does this do? We have this thing. Ah, okay, gotcha. So we do actually need to use this thing. Alright, so this thing is now off. The question is, how do I... How do I accomplish this objective? I can give it permanent power by doing the other thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is actually not that complicated. So, I need to activate you and bring you here. And then I need to activate you. And then we're done. Because I will eventually be blocking traffic. And then this is done, and then we're set. Okay, there we go. That was actually a really interesting puzzle. I was like, there isn't that much interactivity. How do... But it's you have to use your body as a mobile thing. Which is a pretty cool way to handle it. It's a very dense puzzle where you have very little work, like moving parts.
Welcome to the end of civilization.
Where are you? So this door is not even attached.
2 weeks ago, we discovered an organism here. Buried in this ice, we found an organism that repairs DNA. A cure for aging, a cure for death, immortality. It runs through our blood now. Tom wants to bury us here with it.
Okay. Well, we all have established that Tom is nothing but good ideas, right? So clearly, this is another one of Tom's amazing ideas. It looks like I can't actually interact with any of this stuff.
The ISA have ruled that we have transgressed ethical boundaries by exposing ourselves to this organism.
You have.
They believe the organism is too dangerous to return to Earth.
It is.
They've sent you here to stop us ever leaving Europa.
That's not
But
the sensible
Ava,
thing to do.
We have a cure for the greatest evil that faces humanity. Death.
You're going to give me a dumb choice here, aren't you?
Fountain of youth, and together
I think
we
you're
can
going to give me a
return
dumb
it to
choice.
Earth.
False dichotomy. Incoming. The solution is to bring people who know what they're getting into to the planet to investigate
Tom placed a
this
mark in your hand,
for as long as you want.
A biometric chip with which he can control your every movement and thought. It is wound into your every nerve, every fiber of your hand. With an electromagnetic field, it can be temporarily disturbed, but to remove its influence permanently, it must be taken from your hand. Give me your hand. Do you want me to set you free?
Yes.
So I'm not giving a false dichotomy, I'm just not giving anything. So now I'm in control of this because I'm Tom, right? I'm the one who's in control.
Sarah, what are you doing here?
We're shutting you down, Tom.
Ava, be careful. He has a live weapon in here.
Everything I ever did, I did for good. This organism, it cannot return to Earth. It would cause great suffering.
A cure for death. It would end suffering.
Cancers that never die. Endless illness, sickness, poverty, overpopulation, mass starvation. You cannot control this. You will not save the world. You will damn it.
Once we've shut you down, we're going home.
Not if I stop you. You must not return to Earth. You must not leave Europa.
Okay, well, I'm in
I
control.
will do the right thing. I will stop you.
You won't. You can't.
I have no intention of stopping them. So I have the turret, so... Yeah, I that's what I meant when I said that I'm Tom. I meant that because when you... The first time you go outside of Ava...
This is my mind. You're in my mind.
Wait, no, that's not right.
Now you know how it feels.
No, you know how
I
it feels.
feel afraid. Please, Ava, don't do this.
Do it. Do it. Do it. They're just letting him do it because there's no reason that I would actually interfere with this. But yeah, so basically, the first time that you come out of Ava is the indication that you, as the player, are Tom. You're not actually Ava.
I don't want to die. I'm not ready.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you weren't pointing a Gatling gun at people, maybe they wouldn't be killing you. This is called self-defense, friend. You have passed the Turing test. Interesting. I wonder if I shot them, if I would also have passed the Turing test. So, that's... Hey, we actually finished a game on this channel. Look at that. How fancy. I can always restart the level, right? But I'm probably not going to bother because I don't want to actually shoot myself. That would be silly. But so yeah, so I'm totally on board. So is there going to be more after this? I don't want to hear anything about the alternative path until we're finished with the entire thing. But then I'm all for it. Then I'm all for hearing the alternate path. So let's wait for the thanks to Ann Jones and Alex Priest and Dr. Thorsten Allers, the University of Nottingham. Because, like, for my part, like, what they're doing, like, them leaving is irresponsible. But the only reason that they need to leave is because the robot AI in control of everything is basically trying to kill them or to at least subdue them. So, like, them getting back to Earth just makes sense comparatively. But them getting back to Earth is not the likely outcome of this. The likely outcome of this is that they get direct contact with Earth, and then by getting direct contact with Earth, they say, "Hey, our AI went completely batshit insane. We found some interesting stuff here. Send more research supplies because the robots tried to kill us all." But it's glorious. All right. Head of digital sales. The credits for this are a lot longer than the credits for Hollow Knight. So what did Square Enix do? Was Square Enix the publisher? Or? I wouldn't have expected Square Enix to have been involved in a project like this. I don't know why. It's pretty mainstream concept, but this was really fun. I enjoy this. I like, like philosophical stuff. I particularly like that they don't give you some sort of like, they as random game developers do not pretend that they have some answer to all these questions. They have people arguing in setting, but they don't have like they don't take a stance as God, because as the developer, you are God. You control what is true in your universe. End of line. I approve. But yeah, so you control what's true in your universe. Like, one of the things, I never ended up
past the first Life is Strange game, because the ending of the first game was you're often put in situations where you're given these weird moral choices to make in games where there's a third option or they don't make any sense, right? Like the actual options you're given don't really make sense. The consequences that the game thinks are going to result from this are not coherently things that would be a consequence of that action, things like that. And that's what I felt like about that game, and it's what I feel about a lot of these kinds of narrative games where they get too much into philosophy, where it's like, oh boy, what stupid idea do you have about how consciousness theory works? But they didn't do that. They did a very good job with it. I'm very happy with them. I got to argue with them, but not feel like they're arguing like that they're right. It's just like it's a bunch of people talking, right? And the crazy machine is the crazy machine, and you can agree with some of the things it says or none of the things it said. I have not played Soma, no. I have played the Shin Megami Tensei series, which has a lot of Soma in it as an item. That's the closest I've come to playing Soma. But yeah, if you want to... I'm not going to want to play through that entire chapter again, probably. Is the epilogue... Do I have to play the whole... I'm going to hit the epilogue button. We'll see what this does.
Ava, you made it.
Oh, no, we're fine. This doesn't require that you do any puzzles. Let's do this.
Civilization.
We're not even going to grab the
2
things.
weeks ago, we discovered an organism here.
Yeah.
Buried in this ice, we found an organism that repairs DNA. A cure for aging. A cure for death. Immortality.
It's a good thing to find a cure for.
It runs through our blood now.
It's not a good thing for you
Tom
to
wants
just,
to
like,
bury us here with it.
randomly throw at the planet Earth, but it's definitely something that is good to experiment with and tinker with. You definitely want to play with it.
ISA have ruled that we have transgressed ethical
I wonder if there's
boundaries
multiple
by
endings.
exposing ourselves to this
Because it
organism.
seemed like I could shoot the
organism
vents.
is too dangerous to return to Earth. They've sent you here to stop us ever leaving Europa. But, Ava, we have a cure for the greatest evil that faces humanity. Death.
Tom! Oh, death. Yeah, that's what you
We
meant.
have the fountain of youth, and together we can return it to Earth.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with, like, the developer sort of having an opinion, as long as that opinion
Complex
isn't
mark
stupid,
in
and I
your hand, a
am give
biometric
full
chip with which you
license to
can control
declare
every
it
movement
stupid
of
as
yours.
I will.
It is wound into your every nerve, every
I don't mind it that
fiber
bad.
of your
Like,
hand.
it's not any different
With an
than, like, the normal
electromagnetic
stuff.
Field, it can be
Like,
temporarily disturbed, but to remove its influence
the,
permanently,
what you call
it must be taken from your hand.
it? Like, when they have, like, a
Your hand.
gamer's understanding of, like, feudal
Do you want to set me
dynamics. And, like, it's like, oh man, this whole plot makes no sense, friend, because
Yes.
this is not how kingdoms work. This is not how inheritance works. This is not how anything works. It's like, okay, well, it's fine. You know, it's fine. Hey. Oh, that's whose room I was in. So, yeah. Yeah, like, I don't want to give away spoilers for Life is Strange in the stream,
Sarah,
so I won't go
what are
into
you doing
details.
here?
But
We're shutting you down, Tom.
it didn't make
Be
any sense
careful,
to me.
he has a live weapon in here.
He has a live weapon in here.
Everything I ever did, I
Yeah,
did
he
for
does.
good. This organism, it cannot return to Earth. It would cause great suffering.
A cure for death. It would end suffering.
Okay,
No.
I don't think that did anything.
Cancers that never die. Endless illness,
did
sickness,
nothing.
poverty, overpopulation, mass starvation. You cannot control this. You will not save the world. You will damn it.
Once we've shut you down, we're going home.
We'll shut down your face! That was actually really quick. So we get the second ending so quickly.
Ava,
Is that a growling noise?
Ava. Ava.
Congratulations! You have passed the Turing test. Nice. So either way, you still passed the Turing test. That's actually a really good ending, because she mentions that you aren't really alive. How could you understand death? He just shot the shit out of her, and he doesn't understand that he just killed her. I think that that's a really interesting dynamic. That this machine does clearly have, like, some very serious cognitive deficiencies, right? That make for, you know, a huge problem. But yeah, if you agree with me about the ending of Life is Strange, but think that Soma did a pretty good job with it, then I'll try doing Soma sometime in the future, because, you know, I trust that anyone who agrees with me about one thing will agree with me about all things. Because that's how everything works, isn't it? That's how all the things work. Okay, so we have finished the game twice now, and that was pretty cool. That was a really enjoyable experience. I liked all of that. Like that was beginning to end. That was a really fun playthrough. Let's take a look at how many achievements we have missed. We got 13 out of 15. I think, it's because we missed 2. We didn't complete optional 1 or optional 2, so we completed all of the other optional things. So I could go back and do those, but I'm not that interested. I'm mostly in it for the plot, and I figure that the first 2 optionals are probably going to give me, like, whatchamacallit? They're probably going to give me information that you receive during the plot later in the game, or things that are implied by the thing. But that was a lot of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and end things here for right this moment. We're going to be... is it seriously 8:30 a.m. already? But I'm going to end things here for now, because we finished that game. And I think I might actually go back to Neo for the rest of the day, I guess, because I'm excited to continue doing stuff. I don't feel tired yet, but I do need to get some food in me. I need to get my drink situation resolved, because this is basically empty. Oh wow, that looks kind of cool. Oh, no, it just looks boring. Oh well. And then we will continue on with Neo, and there will be lots of murder, and we will hopefully unlock some shiny things, and it'll be great. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream this for you today. I really enjoyed this game. Thank you, Celestial, for getting it for me. And I hope to see you all again next time, when we will do more